All right, good morning, folks. We'll go ahead and get started. Still having a couple people join. Just might give it one more minute as folks are rolling in here. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the State Water Resources Control Board's staff workshop on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, also known as the Bay Delta Plan for short. My name is Molly Williams. I'm an environmental scientist in the Office of Public Participation at the State Water Board, and I will be facilitating our workshop today. And during our workshop, staff from the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Board will present an overview of the draft staff report and then answer questions from our workshop participants. The purpose of the workshop is to provide information and to answer questions to facilitate the public review of the draft staff report. Participants should reserve any comments that you have for the upcoming public hearing, where our State Water Board members will be in attendance, and comments can also be submitted in writing until December 15th. We'll also have staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Department of Water Resources here today, who will provide remarks and answer questions on the proposed voluntary agreements that are discussed later in this presentation. Okay, next slide. All right, so before we get started, we'll just go over some logistics. So first, this workshop is being recorded, and it's also being streamed on the EPA website at video.calepa.gov. And after the conclusion of the workshop, it'll be posted on our Bay Delta website. And if you're not intending on asking questions today, we ask that you watch the webcast instead. But if you're watching the webcast and you would like to ask questions, you do need to be on the Zoom platform. So if you're currently watching the meeting, you can, on the webcast, you can email SAC Delta comments here on the screen for assistance, and we'll get you registered on the Zoom. Folks who are participating in the Zoom can also utilize the call-in option. And so there's a couple options to join today. So today's workshop will consist of a staff presentation of the draft staff report, and then we'll hear remarks from staff with DWR and CDFW, as I mentioned earlier. And then we will move into a question and answer session on the draft staff report. And the staff presentation and remarks from DWR and CDFW will last about 2 hours this morning. So we'll be providing a fairly comprehensive staff presentation to facilitate understanding of the draft staff report, given that we understand many will not be able to review the entire 6,000-page report. And after that, we'll take a break before we return to answer questions. So we're anticipating about 1 to 2 shorter breaks during the Q&A session later today. All right, and folks who are on the Zoom who intend to ask questions can type their questions in using the Q&A feature, which is located at the bottom of the Zoom toolbar. And you can ask questions at any time during or after the staff presentations using that feature. And for the purposes of organizing the response and providing efficient responses, we encourage participants to provide the questions through the Q&A box. We'll be monitoring that throughout, and we'll respond during the Q&A session. During that session later, we'll also answer any questions that are asked orally from Zoom or on the phone, and we'll unmute you when it's your turn to ask a question. So in order to do that, you'll use the raise hand feature, but please wait to do that until we get to that section after our presentation and remarks from our colleagues. All right, and we also just want everyone to be aware that we do have a large number of participants registered to attend the workshop today, and we do ask everyone to please ask your question in a concise way to ensure that everyone who wants to ask a question can do so. And when we're calling on participants who have raised their hands to ask their question, we'll be asking they limit their speaking time to just include one question at a time. And because we want to give everybody that chance to speak. So after we get through folks who have already asked one question, we might have enough time at the end for folks to ask another question if they still have one. And you can always ask questions in the Q&A box as well if you have additional. All right, and we do, as the State Water Board staff here, really do appreciate your questions, and we'll do our best to fully respond to the questions today. However, there may be some questions that require follow-up at a later time to answer more detailed questions if additional discussion time is needed, or if we have too many questions to answer in our time today. Okay, and then just another reminder that the purpose of the workshop today is to provide information and answer questions specifically about the draft staff report. And we will be holding another workshop on November 2nd to discuss the modeling tools that are used in the draft staff report and answer modeling related questions. So if you have questions that are related to that, please save those for the next workshop. All right, and again, we do ask that you reserve any comments that you have that aren't questions about the staff report for the upcoming public hearing where our board members will be in attendance. And you can also submit written comments. Okay, so I'll describe that on the next slide if we want to go to the next slide. Just a little more on the process about submitting comments on the draft staff report. Okay, so as I said, please reserve your comments for the public hearing. And you can attend that public hearing on 3 different days. And there's more information about this on the SAC Delta update webpage. So that hearing is going to be over November 17th, December 1st, and December 11th. And I believe December 11th is the day when it's taking place in the afternoon for those folks who can't join during the daytime. And as I've mentioned, you can also submit your written comments to SAC Delta comments at waterboards.ca.gov with the subject line specific to these updates. And again, all this information is on the website. And those comments are due by December 15th. And you can read more about this in our notice, which is linked here and which is also on our website. All right, so now that we've gone over all of those logistics, I will go ahead and turn it over to Diane Riddle to introduce the staff presentation.
Thank you, Molly. Good morning and welcome to today's staff workshop. My name again is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors with the State Water Board. This slide provides an agenda for the workshop today. The staff presentation will begin with a brief background on the State Water Board and the Bay Delta Plan, followed by an overview of the draft staff report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including a description of the range of alternatives that were evaluated in the report and the approach to the analyses. And we'll conclude with next steps. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, there we go. All righty. Okay. So I'll provide a little bit of background on the State Water Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Boards. The State Water Board and the 9 Regional Water Quality Control Boards have regulatory responsibility for protecting the water quality of California's streams, rivers, lakes, bays, and estuary, and California's coastline. The State Water Board is also responsible for allocating surface water rights, protecting the public trust and public interest, and preventing the waste and unreasonable use of water. These responsibilities are reflected in the board's mission statement, which is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure the proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of the present and future generations. These responsibilities all converge in the Bay Delta, where the State Water Board must balance many responsibilities and interests. Next slide, please. State law requires that the State Water Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Boards adopt water quality control plans that include measures to protect water quality in the state's streams, rivers, and lakes. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan for short. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife, water quality, and flow objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, such as implementation of flow requirements, and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations for others for actions they should take, such as habitat restoration. The Bay Delta Plan also identifies monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives that are both narrative and numeric. Narrative objectives describe the general water quality and flow conditions that must be attained through watershed management. They also serve as a basis for detailed numeric objectives. Numeric objectives are specific numbers, for example, cubic feet per second of flow or percentage of unimpaired flow. Next slide, please. The regional water quality control boards adopt water quality control plans or basin plans that protect beneficial uses of water pursuant to state and federal law. 2 regional water quality control board basin plans include water bodies in the Bay Delta watershed. These basin plans are the Central Valley Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins, and the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay region. For water subject to the Clean Water Act, the beneficial use designation in these 2 basin plans serve as designated uses under the Clean Water Act, and the water quality objectives to protect those uses serves as criteria under the Clean Water Act. The water quality standards for the Bay Delta watershed are largely established in these 2 basin plans. The 2 regional water board basin plans serve as the water quality standard setting function of the Port of Cologne Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. The State Water Board's Bay Delta Plan is a recognition that discharges of waste, including discharges regulated through National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permits and waste discharge requirements for non-point source discharges, are not the only source of pollution affecting the Bay Delta. The State Water Board is responsible for adopting and updating the Bay Delta Plan to protect beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta watershed related to water diversions and operations. Together, the Bay Delta Plan and the 2 regional water board basin plans are intended to be complementary to one another and address the range of water quality and water diversion activities within the state and regional water boards implementation authorities that may impact beneficial uses of water, as well as identifying and including recommendations and actions by others to protect beneficial uses of water. The state and regional water boards are required under California law and federal law to periodically review water quality control plans and to update these plans as needed. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the State Water Board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The term Bay Delta watershed includes the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, the Delta, Sisseton Marsh, and San Francisco Bay. The Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, including their tributaries, drain water from about 40% of California's land area, supporting a variety of beneficial uses of water. The Bay Delta is one of the most important ecosystems in California. As the largest tidal estuary on the western coast of the Americas, it supports a vast array of aquatic, terrestrial, and avian fish and wildlife in the Delta, San Francisco Bay, and nearshore ocean, as well as a diverse assemblage of species upstream of the Delta. The Bay Delta watershed is also an integral component of California's water supply system for people and farms, as well as an essential part of the culture, religion, and way of life for numerous California Native American tribes. In response to declines of several aquatic species since the Bay Delta Plan was last comprehensively updated, the State Water Board is in the process of updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan to provide for the reasonable protection of native fish and wildlife. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes. Next slide, please. The State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components in 2018. Efforts are currently underway to implement these updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. The blue oval on this slide identifies the general geographic scope of the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components. This geographic area generally covers the lower San Joaquin River, its three main tributaries, including the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers, and the Southern Delta. Next slide, please. The State Water Board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and the Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. As documented in the State Water Board's 2017 scientific basis report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the 2023 scientific basis report supplement in support of possible voluntary agreements that will be discussed more later, native aquatic species have undergone substantial population declines due to a variety of aquatic ecosystem stressors, including flow alterations, habitat loss, degradation of water quality, and prolonged droughts. The scientific basis report further documents that the existing provisions of the Bay Delta Plan are not adequate to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The Bay Delta Plan update is intended to help to address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the State Water Board's responsibilities and improve environmental conditions to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Next slide, please. To give a little bit of context for the existing provisions of the Bay Delta Plan and what may be updated, the current provisions of the Bay Delta Plan do not include inflow or cold water habitat requirements for most Sacramento Delta tributaries to ensure that adequate flow and flows are provided in those tributaries and that those flows contribute to Delta outflows to provide for a connected and functioning ecosystem while ensuring that cold water habitat is protected. Where there are inflow requirements on the Sacramento River, they only apply in the fall. In addition, existing Delta outflows are often significantly higher than the minimum required Delta outflow, which in these graphs are referred to as MRDO. This is pursuant to the existing Bay Delta Plan as implemented under Decision 1641. While there are additional biological opinion and incidental take permit requirements that affect Delta outflows under current conditions, those requirements are largely not specific Delta outflow requirements, but instead limits on exports by the State and Central Valley Project diversions in the interior Delta that only apply to those diversions. As such, flows could be diminished by other diversions in the future that are not constrained by these restrictions. This slide provides graphs that show minimum required Delta outflows in orange and baseline or existing flows in black and observed flows in other colors. The difference between the MRDO line in the figure and the baseline flows represents existing flows that are not required under the Bay Delta Plan that could be diminished in the future as the result of additional diversions in the absence of additional constraints. The significant difference between these flow levels indicates that existing Bay Delta Plan flow requirements are not adequate to protect existing Delta outflows during the critical winter and spring periods for native fish and wildlife species, except during the driest conditions. The State Water Board's 2017 scientific basis report documents science that indicates that these minimum required Delta outflows are not protective of native fish species and that additional Delta outflows above these flow levels are needed to recover native fish species, along with habitat restoration and other provisions. The draft staff report evaluates alternatives that would provide for varying levels of increased inflow, outflow, and related provisions. With that background, I will now turn it over to Nicole Williamson to discuss the draft staff report.
Thank you, Diane. Next slide, please. Good morning. My name is Nicole Williamson. I am an environmental program manager with the State Water Board. Before I get into the details of the draft staff report, I will provide some background on previous activities that have been completed, leading to the development of the draft staff report for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board issued a supplemental notice of preparation for updating the Sacramento River and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan in 2012. Between 2012 and 2016, the State Water Board conducted several activities to support and inform the Sacramento River and Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including several public technical meetings and workshops, undertaking a major process to develop the Sacramento water allocation model used to evaluate possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, and developing the draft scientific basis report that Diane mentioned earlier, documenting the science supporting possible Sacramento Delta updates. The scientific basis report was released for public comment and reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board. The report was revised in light of the input the State Water Board received and then was independently peer-reviewed pursuant to the Public Health and Safety Code, which requires that the scientific basis of any statewide plan, basin plan, plan amendment, guideline, policy, or regulation undergo external peer review before adoption. A final scientific basis report was released in 2017. The report identified the science supporting possible year-round inflows and temperature management measures for the Sacramento River, its tributaries, and Delta East Side tributaries, associated Delta outflows that would provide for required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan to be provided as outflow, and interior Delta flows to prevent impacts to native fish from Delta water export operations. Following development of the scientific basis report in 2018, in advance of consideration of the lower San Joaquin River and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the State Water Board released a framework that identified a staff proposal at that time for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. The framework identified a possible inflow objective for the Sacramento River and its salmon-bearing tributaries and Delta East Side tributaries, including the Calaveras, Cosumnes, and Mokelumne rivers, calling for 55% of unimpaired flow with an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would accumulate in surface waters in response to rainfall and snowmelt and flow downstream if there were no reservoirs or diversions to change the quantity, timing, and magnitude of flows. Effectively, an unimpaired flow requirement would provide for a portion or percentage of the inflow to a river or stream, for example, 55%, to be left in stream to support fish and wildlife, allowing remaining flows to be stored or diverted for consumptive uses, for agriculture, municipal, and other uses. The framework includes flexibility to address specific tributary needs as well as possible voluntary implementation methods and default implementation absent voluntary methods. The identified flow levels would provide flows more often that meet flow thresholds indicated to support recovery of key ecological indicator species, as documented in the 2017 scientific basis report. The adaptive range would allow for higher or lower flows based on specific tributary considerations. Specifically, higher flows may be required on tributaries that are already at higher levels, and these flows are needed to protect native fish and wildlife. Lower flows could be required if flows needed to be maintained in storage for temperature management. The range would also provide for lower flows in the event voluntary measures are implemented to restore habitat that achieves equivalent benefits. In addition to inflows, consistent with the scientific basis report, the framework identified cold water habitat provisions that would require tailored measures based on the specific needs within each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids or other measures to provide cold water habitat. Inflow-based delta outflows that would provide for required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan from the Sacramento Delta tributaries and San Joaquin River to be provided as outflows. Interior Delta flows to establish conditions in the interior Delta to reasonably protect native fish populations migrating through and rearing in the Delta. And science, monitoring, assessment, reporting, and other provisions. The staff proposal identified in the 2018 framework is referred to in the draft staff report as the proposed plan amendments. While identified as the proposed plan amendments, all other alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report are also under consideration by the State Water Board, and the State Water Board has not made a decision on the actual changes to the Bay Delta plan. That decision will be informed by comments on the draft staff report and other information, as will be discussed later in this presentation. Next slide. Following the release of the 2018 framework, in late 2022, during the completion of the draft staff report, the State Water Board received a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing voluntary agreements, or VAs, as a proposed means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta plan. The MOU is referred to as the VA term sheet in the draft staff report. The VAs propose flow and habitat restorations on several tributaries to the Delta and in the Delta that are intended to contribute to achieving a new narrative ecosystem protection objective proposed by the VA parties and the Bay Delta plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective, calling for the doubling of salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the VA term sheet and has made no decision regarding whether to approve the proposed VAs. As will be discussed later, that decision will be informed by comments on the draft staff report and other information. In January of 2023, State Water Board staff released a draft scientific basis report supplement in support of the proposed VAs for public review and comment. This report documents the science supporting the Sacramento Delta provisions included in the proposed VAs and supplements the 2017 scientific basis report. The scientific basis report supplement was developed in collaboration with staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Water Resources. Following receipt of public comments, the draft was revised and the final draft scientific basis report supplement is undergoing external scientific peer review pursuant to the requirements of California Public Health and Safety Code, similar to the process that was taken for the 2017 scientific basis report. In September 2023, the State Water Board released the draft staff report. The draft staff report evaluates the potential benefits and environmental, economic, and other impacts and associated mitigation measures for possible alternatives for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta plan, including the proposed plan amendments and proposed VAs. The draft staff report also assesses other standalone and modular alternatives that may be considered by the State Water Board. Next slide. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCallamy rivers, and Puda Creek, and in the Delta proposed by water users in the watershed. The VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately and is not being considered for approval in this draft staff report. However, the possible additive benefits to Delta outflows from the Tuolumne River VA are analyzed in the draft staff report and VA scientific basis report supplement. If approved by the State Water Board, the State Water Board would take actions to protect the VA flows from diversion by others consistent with applicable water right provisions. As indicated previously, the VAs propose that the flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures would be implementation measures for a proposed new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations and implementation of the participating parties' share during the term of the VAs to contribute to the existing narrative objective to double salmon populations by 2050. The proposed VAs also include governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. By the end of the year, the VA parties also plan to submit to the State Water Board drafts of flow accounting procedures, a global agreement, enforcement and implementing agreements, and a governance charter. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term. If approved by the board and shown to be effective, the term could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, a regulatory pathway, if the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The draft staff report identifies a staff proposed regulatory pathway consistent with the flows identified in the 2018 framework and proposed plan amendments, including 55% of unimpaired flows within a range from 45 to 65% and associated delta outflows, as well as cold water habitat measures. The draft staff report also assumes the regulatory pathway would apply to non-VA regions. Next slide, please. This slide provides more information about the draft staff report. The draft staff report includes scientific information and environmental and economic analyses to support Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including impact and benefit assessments. The report assesses a range of alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments based on the 2018 framework document, identifying a 55% of unimpaired flow level with an adaptive range from 45 to 65% from Sacramento Delta tributaries and associated delta outflows, and a proposed VA's alternative that includes voluntary water contributions and physical habitat restoration on major tributaries to the delta, as well as other project alternatives. The other alternatives being considered are described in more detail in subsequent slides. In addition, based on input from California Native American tribes, the draft staff report identifies the proposed incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses of water to the Bay Delta Plan. As described in Chapter 11 of the draft staff report, incorporation of the tribal beneficial uses into the Bay Delta Plan is not proposed as a formal designation of the uses as applying to specific water bodies or water body segments within the Bay Delta watershed. California's Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act envisions that most water quality control planning will be accomplished on a regional hydrologic basis by the regional water boards. Additional work and collaboration are needed among the tribes, the state water board, and the regional water boards to define the proper scope and identify the effects of formal designations as applicable to the geographical area of the Bay Delta watershed, which the state and regional boards are working to expedite. The draft staff report is also a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under the State Water Board's CEQA regulations. The board's public release of the draft staff report provides interested parties the opportunity to make oral and written comments on the analyses to inform any needed additions or changes to those analyses. Public input on the draft staff report, peer review of the scientific basis report supplement for the VAs, and the additional VA documents will inform the State Water Board's planning processes and eventual consideration of adoption of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. When approving a discretionary project, state agencies must comply with CEQA. CEQA's basic purposes are to inform governmental decision makers and the public about potential significant environmental effects of proposed activities, identify ways that environmental damage can be avoided or significantly reduced, and prevent significant avoidable damage to the environment by requiring changes in projects through the use of alternatives or mitigation measures when the government agency finds the changes to be feasible. The State Water Board adopts water quality control plans as part of a certified regulatory program under CEQA. Certified regulatory programs are exempt from CEQA's requirements for preparing an environmental impact report, negative declaration, or initial study. Accordingly, the State Water Board may prepare a substitute environmental document that meets the requirements of CEQA. The entire staff report can be considered a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of CEQA and the State Water Board's SWRCB regulations to analyze the environmental effects of the proposed regulatory activity, as well as other applicable requirements. Next slide. In addition to SWRCB's requirements, the State Water Board's amendments to the Bay Delta Plan must be prepared in accordance with applicable water quality planning provisions of the Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act, or Porter-Cologne Act, Water Code, and other applicable laws. Section 13241 of the Porter-Cologne Act identifies certain factors that must be considered when establishing water quality objectives. These factors include past, present, and probable future beneficial uses of water, environmental characteristics of the hydrographic unit under consideration, including the quality of water available thereto, water quality conditions that could reasonably be achieved through the coordinated control of all factors that affect water quality in the area, economic considerations, the need to develop housing within the region, and the need to develop and use recycled water. The draft staff report discusses these factors with respect to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including under the proposed plan amendments, proposed VAs, and other project alternatives. The executive summary, which is Chapter 1 of the staff report, provides a list of the locations within the draft staff report where these discussions are primarily located. The factors are an inherent part of the analyses presented for decision makers to understand the effects not only on the environmental, but also on other beneficial uses of water, economics, and other important considerations like the human right to water. Climate change is another relevant factor that is also considered, though it is not specifically identified in Water Code Section 13241. Next slide. The State Water Board is considering amendments to the Bay Delta Plan focused on flow and related measures in the Sacramento River and its tributaries, Delta East Side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCallamy, and Calaveras rivers, Delta, and interior Delta in order to reasonably protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta Watershed, or Sacramento Delta. The draft staff report also identifies a plan area and a study area. The plan area includes the Sacramento Delta watershed and continues west as water flows through the delta and downstream through Sassoon Marsh and adjoining bays, marking the brackish transition from freshwater to saltwater and out to the Pacific Ocean. The plan area encompasses the areas where the possible Sacramento Delta plan amendments may apply and the ecosystem that the plan is intended to protect. Next slide. Water from the Sacramento Delta watershed is used in the Sacramento Delta and is also delivered and used in portions of the San Francisco Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, Central Coast, and Southern California regions. Therefore, a larger study area is also defined to ensure that environmental impacts and economic effects are evaluated comprehensively. The study area is divided into 7 regions based on geography and water supply. The geographic regions in the study area include the Sacramento River watershed, Delta East Side tributaries, Delta, San Francisco Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, Central Coast, and Southern California. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the organization of the draft staff report. Chapter 1 is the executive summary and explains the draft staff report purpose and organization and provides a summary of its major findings. Chapter 2, hydrology and water supply, describes the flow regime within the Sacramento Delta watershed, including how the magnitude, frequency, duration, timing, and rate of change of flows have been altered, and presents an overview of California's water rights system and water supply portfolios. Chapter 3, Scientific Knowledge to Inform Fish and Wildlife Flow Recommendations, provides a review and summary of the best available science on flow needs for the protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Chapter 4, Other Aquatic Ecosystem Stressors, summarizes other aquatic ecosystem stressors such as loss of habitat, invasive species, and water quality pollutants in the Bay Delta watershed, and how those stressors interact in the ecosystem. Chapter 5, Proposed Changes to the Bay Delta Plan for the Sacramento Delta, includes a description and discussion of proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan that were largely identified in the 2018 framework document. These changes are referred to as the proposed plan amendments. Chapter 6, Changes in Hydrology and Water Supply, includes a summary of the Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SAC-WAM, used to evaluate the potential changes to flows, reservoir levels, and water supplies in the draft staff report. This chapter includes SAC-WAM results for a range of unimpaired flow levels from 35% to 75%, and describes other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery, water transfers, water recycling, and water conservation measures. Chapter 7, Environmental Analysis, presents the environmental analysis for the proposed plan amendments, as well as several other project alternatives. Chapter 8, Economic Analysis and Other Considerations, evaluates economic effects associated with the proposed plan amendments and other alternatives. Chapter 9, Proposed Voluntary Agreements, includes analyses of the proposed VAs. These analyses are included together in Chapter 9 because the VAs were received after much of the draft staff report was prepared. Chapter 9 provides model results and an evaluation of potential environmental impacts of the proposed VAs. This chapter relies on the environmental analyses presented in Chapter 7, where possible for efficiency and to avoid redundancy. The economic effects of the proposed VAs are also evaluated in this chapter and relies on analyses included in Chapter 8 where possible. Chapter 10, Economically Disadvantaged Communities, provides an overview of economically disadvantaged communities, or DACs, and their water supplies, discusses potential effects of the project on DACs and small public water systems, and incorporates information from several other sections and chapters to identify potential effects on DACs. This chapter also discusses relevant State Water Board financial and technical assistance programs to provide safe, clean, and reliable water supplies to DACs. Chapter 11, Tribal Engagement, summarizes tribal engagement activities related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including tribal input requesting the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge and incorporation of tribal beneficial uses into the Bay Delta Plan. Finally, Chapter 12, Public Participation, summarizes the public participation activities that were held during the pre-scoping and scoping phases of the environmental review process for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft staff report also includes several appendices that present additional information, including detailed modeling results, the scientific basis report, and final draft scientific basis report supplement in support of proposed VAs, and supporting documents describing the proposed VAs developed by the VA parties discussed previously. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the alternatives that are evaluated in the draft staff report. These include both standalone alternatives and modular alternatives that could modify the standalone alternatives. The standalone alternatives include the proposed plan amendments, which are based on the 2018 framework, the proposed VAs, which are based on the VA term sheet, high flow and low flow alternatives, which are similar to the proposed plan amendments, but would require lower or higher amounts of inflow and delta outflow, and a no project alternative. The no project alternative is included to compare the impacts of approving a proposed project with the impacts of not approving a project. The no project alternative assumes the continued implementation of the State Water Board's 2006 Bay Delta Plan as implemented by State Water Board Decision 1641. Note that the Southern Delta Salinity and Lower San Joaquin River flows provisions of the Bay Delta Plan were updated in 2018. However, the updates have not yet been implemented, which the State Water Board is currently in the process of completing. With the 2018 updates, the State Water Board did not amend elements of the Bay Delta Plan that are now being considered for revision in the draft staff report. The modular alternatives include 3 interior delta flow and fall delta outflow variations, including an alternative that would remove the interior delta flow and fall delta outflow provisions from the flow alternatives, and 2 alternatives that would add to the interior delta flow provisions of these alternatives. The modular alternatives also include a conceptual drought alternative with 2 variations that could help to address limited water supplies during drought. Lastly, the modular alternatives include a conceptual alternative that would apply to the VA alternative and would protect VA flows and the base upon which they are added from future diversions. The modular alternatives are not currently specifically proposed or incorporated into the standalone alternatives. In the event any of these alternatives is proposed to be carried forward in actual updates to the Bay Delta Plan, they would be further developed and subject to public review and input during the process to develop specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan that will be discussed later in this presentation. A description of each of the alternatives is included in section 7.2, description of alternatives. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the organization of the environmental analyses presented in chapters 7 and 9 of the draft staff report. As mentioned previously, chapter 7 includes a broad environmental analysis for the proposed plan amendments, as well as several other alternatives. Chapter 9 includes the environmental analysis for the proposed VAs. Due to the size and complexity of Sacramento Delta water supply and use, the environmental analyses are necessarily broad and conservative to cover the wide range of foreseeable possible compliance measures and responses that may result from the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. To organize the environmental analysis, the evaluation of reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance and response actions that may be taken in response to the project are organized into the following categories: changes in hydrology, changes in water supply, habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects, and new or modified facilities. Changes in hydrology include changes in the magnitude and timing of Sacramento Delta tributary flows, delta inflows, interior delta flows, and delta outflows, as well as changes in reservoir levels. And Molly, it looks like you may want to come on and interrupt me here for a minute.
Yes. Hi, everyone. We unfortunately need to pause just for a minute because there is going to be an earthquake alarm happening in our building here at the Cal EPA headquarters. It should be over pretty quickly. So we're just going to pause for a moment and be right back. Sorry to interrupt you, Nicole.
Sure, not a problem. I will go ahead and mute myself, as we will probably have an alarm coming over our system, which I'm hearing right now.
All right, the great shakeout drill is over now. So Nicole, you can come back on and start over where you were. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks all for bearing with us here. Hopefully we will not hear any more alarms over our building system today. So I was partway through this slide. Just maybe to recap, I was explaining that to organize the environmental analysis, the evaluation of reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance and response actions that may be taken in response to the project are organized into 4 categories that include changes in hydrology, changes in water supply, habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects, and new or modified facilities. I had just explained what changes in hydrology includes. That's shown here on the slide. Essentially, that refers to the changes in the magnitude and timing of Sacramento Delta tributary flows, delta inflows, interior delta flows, and delta outflows, as well as changes in reservoir levels. Changes in water supply include reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies. The draft staff report evaluates the effects of changes in Sacramento Delta water supplies by sector, which includes agricultural supplies, municipal supplies, and wildlife refuge supplies. Changes in water supply also include possible increases in groundwater pumping that could occur in response to reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies. Changes in supply also includes other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery or conjunctive management efforts, water transfers, water recycling, and water conservation that could be undertaken in response to reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies, utilizing existing infrastructure and not involving construction. The draft staff report also evaluates environmental impacts of habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects and new or modified facilities that involve construction. These types of projects are evaluated separately in sections 7.21 and 7.22 and would apply to all of the standalone alternatives. Next slide, please. The impacts of changes in hydrology and changes in water supply that could result from the alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan are presented in chapters 7 and 9 of the draft staff report. The environmental analyses are organized by environmental resource category following the State Water Board's environmental checklist. The environmental checklist categories are identified on this slide. The CEQA environmental checklist questions are listed in the same order as they are addressed in chapters 7 and 9. Some impact questions are sufficiently related and are addressed together. Impacts of physical habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects and new and modified facilities are evaluated in sections 7.21 and 7.22 for these same resource areas following the State Water Board's environmental checklist. Common construction impacts are identified together to avoid redundancy where possible. Next slide, please. Chapters 7 and 9 describe the potential significant environmental impacts, less than significant impacts, and beneficial environmental effects of the alternatives. This slide identifies the locations of impact summary tables that provide a summary of the potentially significant impacts, less than significant impacts, and beneficial environmental effects of the alternatives. The environmental analysis often considers a range of potential outcomes, including the most conservative, for evaluating potentially significant effects on the physical environment. In many cases, there may be no impact. However, for each resource area, the analysis assumes a worst-case scenario for evaluating effects on the physical environment. Some impacts are inversely proportional, such as impacts to groundwater levels and impacts to agricultural resources, and it is not possible for the worst-case scenario to occur for every environmental resource area. For example, assuming lower groundwater replacement pumping by farmers and ranchers in response to decreased surface water supplies will result in lower impact conclusions for groundwater resources, but will increase the severity of impacts to agricultural resources, including potential permanent conversion of important farmland. Conversely, assuming higher groundwater replacement pumping by farmers and ranchers increases the severity of impact conclusions for groundwater resources, but assumes that more water is available for agriculture, which reduces the severity of impact conclusions for agricultural resources. There cannot be maximum potential impacts on groundwater resources from replacement pumping and maximum potential impacts on agricultural resources because groundwater pumping increases supply. The actual impact would likely fall somewhere in the middle of the range evaluated in the draft staff report. It is important that the CEQA impact conclusions be understood in the context of the nature of the project, which is intended to be a restoration action. The Bay Delta Plan identifies various beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta watershed and establishes water quality objectives designed to reasonably protect those uses. The impacts that could potentially result from implementation occur in a system that has been highly altered, and the project would be expected to improve conditions for native fish and wildlife in the Sacramento Delta watershed over time. However, changes in hydrology and changes in water supply could result in some environmental impacts at certain times and locations that must be analyzed under CEQA. These potential environmental impacts should be viewed in light over the overall purpose and goals of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. Chapters 7 and 9 of the draft staff report identify mitigation measures that could avoid or reduce potentially significant environmental impacts that the updates to the Bay Delta Plan may have. Mitigation measures are likely to reduce many of the potential impacts to less than significant levels. Because the State Water Board has the authority to ensure that mitigation is completed for certain actions, these impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation incorporated. However, due to the large scope of the project and wide range of possible response actions, sufficient information is not available to conclude with certainty that mitigation measures will reduce all impacts to less than significant levels under all circumstances. Some mitigation measures are largely within the jurisdiction and control of other agencies or depend on how water users respond to the project. Accordingly, the State Water Board cannot guarantee that measures will always be adopted or applied fully to mitigate potentially significant impacts. For these reasons, many impact conclusions acknowledge the potential for significant impacts that cannot be mitigated to less than significant levels. As such, unless and until the mitigation is fully implemented, the impacts would remain potentially significant. The impact summary tables referenced in the previous slide summarize mitigation measures that can avoid or reduce potentially significant impacts. I'll now turn it over to Matt Holland to discuss modeling tools and changes in hydrology and changes in water supply. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nicole. My name is Matt Holland, and I'm an environmental program manager with the State Water Board. This slide provides a summary of the modeling tools used to support the environmental and other analyses presented in the draft staff report. I'll briefly describe these models to provide context for today's discussion, with more details provided during our modeling workshop on November 2nd, which will be recorded and posted on the board's website. The Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SAC-WAM, is used to model changes in hydrology and changes in water supply, and used to inform other models in the draft staff report. The Delta Simulation Model 2, or DSM-2, is used to model delta hydrodynamics and water quality. The Statewide Agricultural Production Model, or SWAP, is used to model agricultural production in the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys, and HEC-5Q is used to evaluate temperature changes on the Sacramento, Feather, and American rivers. Other models are used to evaluate habitat benefits, changes in hydropower production, and to further evaluate economic effects. It is important to note that all of these models are intended to be used in a comparative sense for assessing the incremental effects between scenarios. Similar to other modeling tools used for assessing actions in the Bay Delta watershed, like CalSIM-2 and CalSIM-3, SAC-WAM and other models are not intended to be used in a specific predictive manner. Next slide, please. CEQA provides for comparing a project's impacts against a baseline derived from historical conditions. The environmental analyses use both quantitative and qualitative approaches to compare the potential impacts relative to baseline conditions. The draft staff report baseline is intended to be reflective of existing conditions. The process for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan has been ongoing since 2012. Since that time, there have been changes to regulations that affect reservoir operations, stream flows, and delta operations. Updates to the biological opinions for the long-term operation of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project and incidental take permit for the State Water Project have changed requirements for the operation of these major water infrastructure projects in the Sacramento Delta watershed. However, the most recent changes to biological opinions have not been fully implemented due to litigation and associated court orders. The project baseline includes requirements as they have been implemented in recent years and in an attempt to represent the existing conditions. These regulatory assumptions are listed in Table 6.2-1 in Chapter 6 of the draft staff report. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of changes in hydrology that are expected as a result of the flow alternatives, which include the proposed plan amendments, the low flow alternative, and high flow alternative. Chapter 6, Changes in Hydrology and Water Supply, summarizes the changes in hydrology, including changes in stream flows, reservoir levels, delta inflows, and delta outflows, expected as a result of these flow scenarios. Modeling results are presented in ranges of potential in-stream flow in increments of 10% from 35 up to 75% of unimpaired flow. Overall, changes in hydrology under the flow scenarios would be expected to result in increases in flows at some times in some locations. In particular, stream flows on regulated tributaries, which are tributaries with a major flow regulating reservoir, would be expected to generally increase over baseline during the late winter through spring months as a result of the unimpaired flow requirements. Changes in hydrology would also be expected to result in decreases in flows at times in some locations, including during the late summer months on regulated tributaries where flows are artificially high under baseline conditions. Changes in hydrology would be expected to result in changes in reservoir levels, including lower reservoir storage at some times, and increasing fluctuations in reservoir levels at some locations. Delta inflows would also increase with increasing flow requirements during January through June and decrease in July through October. The increase in winter and spring delta inflows is from bypassing reservoirs and diversions to meet increased flow requirements throughout the watershed. The decrease during summer and fall results from a decrease in stored water available for export. Greater spring outflows also push the salinity field downstream, reducing the volume of water needed to maintain salinity control during following months, largely the summer. Reductions during fall can also be caused by a reduced need to create flood space in reservoirs due to reduced carryover storage under wetter conditions. Although the timing of delta inflow is altered in the flow scenarios, average annual delta inflow is generally higher in the flow alternatives for all water year types. In contrast to delta inflow, delta outflow generally increases during all months under the flow alternatives. Next slide, please. So box plots used in the draft staff report are used in the draft staff report to broadly characterize the distributions of monthly or annualized numerical stream flow results under baseline and the flow scenarios. This slide provides an example of the format of these model results. In these plots, the box encompasses the middle 50% of observations. The line in the middle of each box represents the median value, and the whiskers show the full range of the data between the minimum and maximum values. SAC-WAM results are shown on this slide for the Feather River above the confluence with the Sacramento River. Overall, these results show that flows would generally increase compared to baseline conditions during the late winter and spring months and decrease during the summer and fall months. Similar patterns are seen on other regulated tributaries in the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. Exceedance curves are generally used in the draft staff report to characterize the distribution of reservoir storage volumes. This slide provides an example of the format of these model results. The exceedance curves presented in the staff report and this presentation show the value of interest on the y-axis, with the percent of values that exceed a given observation on the x-axis. SAC-WAM results are shown on this slide for Shasta reservoir storage levels at the end of April and September. Overall, these results show that Shasta reservoir storage levels could generally be lower for these months under the flow alternatives compared to baseline. Other storage reservoirs also show similar results. Operations of the rim reservoirs are increasingly constrained under the higher flow scenarios because new in-stream flow requirements limit the ability to store water in spring, and cold water pool requirements limit how far reservoirs can be drawn down in the drier years. In general, this results in lower storage at the end of April, entering the irrigation season, and less water being released in summer months. The actual level of a given reservoir could differ from that modeled as operations are refined with increased understanding of actions needed to protect cold water habitat. Next slide. This slide presents SACWAM results for changes in Old and Middle River net flow across the flow scenarios. This slide shows the monthly exceedance frequency distribution of Old and Middle River net flow for December through June. SACWAM results indicate that OMR reverse flows are less negative than baseline in the flow alternatives because exports are reduced to meet the higher delta outflow requirements. Next slide, please. SACWAM results are shown on this slide for delta outflow across the flow scenarios. These results show that delta outflow generally increases across all months and water year types under the 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow scenarios, with larger increases under the higher flow scenarios. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary table that shows the change in annual total delta outflow by water year type under the flow scenarios compared to baseline. These results show that annual total delta outflow would increase under the flow scenarios compared to baseline, with the largest increases under the higher flow scenarios. Next slide, please. This figure shows the January through June median position of X2 during critical water years and across all water year types under baseline conditions and under the flow scenarios. The location where lighter freshwater from the rivers mixes with heavy seawater from the ocean in the estuary, referred to as the low salinity zone, is correlated with the survival and abundance of many species. The location of the low salinity zone is measured by the location of the 2 parts per thousand salinity isohaline, or X2, as measured in kilometers from the Golden Gate Bridge. Generally, the further X2 is located downstream of the confluence of the confined channels of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and the effects of project export facilities, and downstream into the broad, shallow, cool channels of Sassoon Marsh and Sassoon Bay, the better fish and other species respond. While the exact mechanisms behind these relationships are not fully understood, these more westerly X2 positions generally provide significantly improved habitat conditions for native species. This figure shows that the January through June median X2 position under all water year types combined and during critical water years specifically would be expected to shift downstream under the flow scenarios compared to baseline conditions. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of the proposed VA assets. Details regarding when and how these assets are proposed to be provided are described in the VA proposal included in Appendix G1 of the draft staff report. As discussed previously, the VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCollum rivers, Puda Creek, and in the Delta, proposed by water users in the watershed. The draft staff report identifies that there was uncertainty about Friant commitments to reduce recapture of San Joaquin River restoration program flows in the Delta. Friant has confirmed an intent to participate in the VAs. The assets for which there are specific existing commitments included in the VA term sheet are summarized in the table shown on this slide and described in more detail in Chapter 9 of the draft staff report. The Tuolumne River component of the VAs is identified on the slide as being considered separately, though the benefits to delta outflows are evaluated in this draft staff report. Flow assets are expected to be concentrated in January through June, with some flexibility outside of this period, with more limited flow assets also planned for fall months, for example, in the McCollum and Puda Creek systems. Priority months include April through May, and priority water year types include dry, below normal, and above normal years. Flows during these time periods and water year types are intended to benefit spawning and rearing habitats for salmonids in the VA tributaries and provide benefits for native estuarine species such as longfin smelt. Next slide, please. The proposed VAs include flow assets that would be provided through water purchases, including a permanent state water purchase program, Public Water Agency or PWA water purchase fixed price program, and PWA water purchase market price program. The sources of the flow assets for the PWA water purchase market price program and the permanent state water purchases are not fully known at this time and are termed unspecified water purchases. Because the sources of the unspecified water purchases are not known, two different scenarios are evaluated, assuming these flows are derived from inflows from the State Water Project and CVP export reductions, are derived from either inflows or from CVP SWP export reductions. These scenarios represent the range of possible effects of these water purchases. Both of these methods would have the same effects on delta outflows. Accordingly, different scenarios for evaluating the effects of unspecified water purchases on delta outflows are not needed. Next slide, please. In addition to the project baseline, other points of comparison are used in the draft staff report that are relevant in describing and analyzing the effects of the proposed VAs. First, as described in the VA term sheet, the VA flows are represented as additive to flow conditions resulting from Decision 1641 and the 2019 biological opinions, not including provisions of the State Water Project's incidental take permit or recent court orders that have precluded full implementation of the 2019 biological opinions for the Central Valley Project. For the purposes of evaluating the impacts, the proposed VAs are compared to the baseline described previously. In addition to the impact analysis, benefits of the VAs are assessed in the draft staff report relative to the point of reference used in the 2017 scientific basis report based on the 2008 and 2009 biological opinions. This scenario is similar to baseline. The differences between the scenarios are described in detail in Chapter 6 and Chapter 9. The major differences are changes in fall delta outflow requirements, with some minor differences in export constraints in wetter years and other minor differences that have limited effects on the modeling. The VA analysis also includes a number of scenarios to fully assess the range of possible outcomes under the proposed VAs, including evaluation of different ways that the unspecified water purchases may be provided and different assumptions for contributions from San Joaquin River tributaries. Because the unspecified water purchases under the proposed VAs could be provided from reductions in exports or increases in inflows, both scenarios are evaluated. The scenarios are referred to as VA high export cuts and VA high inflow, respectively. Under both scenarios, the unspecified water purchases are assumed to occur during April and May to the extent possible, though those purchases could also result in flows at other times. Finally, the staff report includes evaluations of scenarios with and without flow contributions from San Joaquin sources, including potential Tuolumne and Friant VAs, as well as flows that may result from VAs on the Merced and Stanislaus rivers or implementation of the 40% of unimpaired flow requirement of the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. SACWAM results are shown on this slide for flows on the Feather River above the Sacramento River for baseline and the proposed VA. As discussed in Chapter 9 of the draft staff report, January through June monthly average flows on the Feather River above the Sacramento River would be expected to increase compared to baseline in all water year types under the VAs. The largest increase in flows on the Feather River above the confluence with the Sacramento River would be expected in dry and below normal years, where there is modeled increase of about 135,000 acre feet over the January through June period. The majority of these increases in flow originate from the Thermalito complex into the Feather River high flow channel. However, additional increases in flow are also provided from the Yuba watershed under the Yuba VA. Other VA tributaries show similar results. Next slide, please. SACWAM results are shown on this slide for Shasta Reservoir end of April and end of September storage levels for baseline and the proposed VAs. Overall, SACWAM results indicate slightly lower Shasta Reservoir storage in all but the wettest years under the VAs. The SACWAM results indicate that by the end of September, storage in Shasta Reservoir under the VA scenario would be closer to baseline than at the end of spring. Other reservoirs on the VA tributaries show similar results as well. Next slide, please. The proposed VAs would not result in changes to requirements for interior delta flows in the Bay Delta Plan, but the VAs do contemplate changes to biological opinion and incidental take permit requirements. In addition, changes to inflows and delta exports can change interior delta flows. On this slide, results for net OMR flows under the VAs in December through June are presented as an exceedance frequency distribution plot. Overall, net negative OMR flows between 0 and minus 2,500 CFS could occur with greater frequency under the VA scenario compared with baseline and the 2008-9 BIOPS condition. However, the frequency of net flows more negative than minus 5,000 CFS would not increase under the VA scenario. In addition, the VA high export cut scenario would likely result in a lower frequency of net negative OMR flows than the VA scenario and a similar frequency of net negative flows compared with baseline and the 2008-9 BIOPS condition. However, these changes in OMR flows would not be the result of adding VAs to the Bay Delta plan, but instead due to differences in biological opinion and ITP requirements under the VAs compared to baseline. Next slide, please. SACWAM results are shown on this slide for delta outflow for baseline, the 2008-9 BIOPS condition, the VA scenario, and the VA without San Joaquin contribution scenario. The following slides discuss these results in more detail. Next slide, please. Under the VAs, delta outflow would be expected to increase in January through June compared to both baseline and the 2008-9 BIOPS condition, except in wet years. Increases in January-June delta outflow would be greater for the VA scenario than the VA scenario without San Joaquin contributions, and increases in delta outflow under both the VA scenarios would be greater when compared to the 2008-9 BIOPS condition than compared to baseline. The largest expected January through June increase would occur in dry years. Next slide, please. This table shows the modeled changes in outflow during January through June under the VA and VA without San Joaquin contributions relative to the 2008-9 BIOPS condition, along with two additional bookend scenarios that account for potential additional flows from the VAs or implementation of 40% of unimpaired flow on the Merced and Stanislaus rivers, as well as a bias correction to account for different estimates of the incremental effect of the 2019 BIOPS on delta outflow, as modeled by SACWAM and CALSIM. The largest increase under either of these additional scenarios would be expected under in above normal years. Sorry, I'm going to pause for one moment. Okay, had a request for me to slow down a little bit on plots. Next slide, please. This figure shows expected January through June median position of X2 during critical water years and across all water year types under baseline conditions, the VA scenario, and the VA without San Joaquin contribution scenario. This figure shows that the January through June median position of X2 under all water year types combined and during critical water years specifically should shift downstream under the VA scenarios compared to baseline conditions. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the environmental effects that would be expected to occur as a result of changes in hydrology under the flow conditions and proposed VAs. Changes in hydrology would be expected to provide environmental benefits to native aquatic and aquatic-dependent species, aquatic and riparian habitats and natural communities, and ecosystem functions in the Sacramento Delta watershed. In addition, the project would be expected to provide certain water quality benefits, particularly during periods when stream flows would increase compared to baseline conditions. Many of these benefits would be a result of higher winter and spring flows. Providing higher flows could benefit native fish in the Sacramento Delta, restore and maintain natural processes such as sediment deposition, marsh accretion, nutrient transport, seed dispersal, and flow-related disturbance, which would benefit riverine and associated wetland and riparian habitat, and benefit native resident and migratory wildlife that use riverine and associated wetland and riparian habitat as migratory corridors or nursery sites. However, changes in hydrology would also be expected to result in decreased flows during the summer and fall in some locations due to reduced water deliveries and delta exports, particularly at the higher flow levels. Changes in hydrology could also result in reduced reservoir levels and increased reservoir level fluctuations in some locations, again, particularly at higher flow levels. These changes could result in potentially significant environmental impacts to environmental resource areas that must be evaluated under CEQA. Impact mechanisms are expected to be similar across all alternatives. However, with increases in in-stream flow levels, larger effects in terms of magnitude, frequency, geographic scope would be expected. We do not have time today to discuss all of the environmental impacts identified in the draft staff report that could occur due to changes in hydrology, but we will highlight a few of the impacts in the following slides. As discussed previously, the draft staff report contains several impact summary tables that provide a summary of the potentially significant impacts less than significant impacts, and beneficial environmental effects of the alternatives. Next slide, please. Elevated water temperatures are an existing concern in the Bay Delta watershed, particularly downstream of rim reservoirs that are now the upper extent of habitat for anadromous fish. Existing temperature protections are in place for some stream reaches and reservoirs, but temperature requirements are applied unevenly and in some cases not at all. The flow alternatives in VA would generally result in higher spring flows compared to baseline conditions on regulated tributaries. While higher spring flows that more closely resemble the natural hydrologic regime would benefit native anadromous salmonids and other native species, higher spring flows could also result in reduction in reservoir storage at the end of spring and a smaller cold water pool volume in the summer and fall months under the high flow alternatives. In streams with reservoirs with limited cold water supplies, providing greater volumes of cold water earlier in the year could reduce the cold water supply available later in the year. In addition, the existing flow regime on regulated tributaries can include substantially elevated flows above required flow levels and above unimpaired conditions, that is greater than 100% of unimpaired flow, in summer and fall, to supply downstream water diversions or when flood control releases are made. Summer flows could be reduced from existing conditions, which could reduce flows on some tributaries at times and could affect water temperatures, particularly under the higher flow scenarios. Next slide, please. The draft staff report identifies several mitigation measures that could be implemented to reduce or avoid temperature-related impacts on aquatic biological resources. Under the proposed plan amendments, implementation of the narrative cold water habitat objective and the flexibility provided in the inflow requirements would be expected to mitigate potential temperature impacts and improve water temperature conditions for native cold water fish. For reservoirs in the Sacramento River watershed and Delta East Side tributaries regions, the new narrative cold water habitat objective would be intended to ensure that salmonids have access to cold water habitat at critical times and to ensure that adequate water is available for minimum in-stream flow purposes downstream of the reservoirs. However, while the specific cold water habitat implementation measures are refined, there may be some challenges with meeting suitable temperatures at all times on all tributaries while meeting flow requirements and water deliveries, particularly those with significant water diversions and smaller storage capacity. In some cases, improving temperature conditions can be achieved through operational and structural measures in reservoirs. Key non-flow actions for managing water temperatures released from dams include installation or modification of temperature control devices. These actions are evaluated in section 7.21 of the draft staff report. Overall, the changes in stream flows and reservoir levels would be expected to be less under the proposed VAs compared to the proposed plan amendments, so temperature-related impacts would likely be less under the proposed VAs than under the proposed plan amendments. However, the draft staff report acknowledges that all the project alternatives could result in potentially significant temperature-related impacts. While changes in hydrology would be less, it is also possible that there could be some instances on some streams where temperatures could increase under the proposed VAs. Although the proposed VAs do not include a cold water habitat objective, the proposed VAs include flexibility in the timing of flow assets and other attributes which could reduce or avoid possible temperature-related impacts. Next slide, please. Changes in hydrology, specifically increased flows, could affect the movement of contaminants such as pathogens, trace metals and metalloids, current use pesticides, legacy contaminants, contaminants of emerging concern, and mercury and methylmercury. When flows increase, movement of sediment and any adhered contaminants may increase. The long-term water quality impacts on movement and deposition of sediment and adhered contaminants would generally be minimal because contaminants are likely already present in areas where sediment deposition occurs. In addition, while higher flows may cause more sediment to enter the water column, higher flows can also help move sediment and contaminants out of the system. Some of these impacts are incremental impacts associated with existing degraded conditions. When flows increase, the movement of sediment and any adhered contaminants may increase. Increases in flow would be expected to help dilute local sources of dissolved contaminants, thus improving water quality. However, reductions in flow could concentrate dissolved contaminants and could negatively impact water quality. These impacts are discussed further in section 7.12.1 and 9.7.12.1 in the draft staff report. Next slide, please. Mercury is a statewide problem, and the amount of mercury moved from one area to another is of concern under existing conditions, as is the conversion of mercury to more harmful methylmercury. Clean Water Act Section 303D requires all states to identify waters that are not attaining water quality standards and include a priority ranking of such waters. The list identifies water bodies and their impairments and is referred to as the 303D list. Many water bodies in California are identified as impaired by mercury levels and are included in the 303D list. Due to high levels of methylmercury found in fish tissue, consumption of contaminated fish is of greater concern for human health than is mercury in drinking water. High levels of methylmercury in the environment also pose a threat to fish and wildlife because of methylmercury's toxicity and ability to accumulate in the aquatic food web. The draft staff report identifies potentially significant mercury and methylmercury water quality related impacts under the flow alternatives and proposed VAs. Mercury impacts could be associated with downstream mercury transport and inundation of floodplains. Given mercury's high affinity for particles, increased suspended sediments and greater stream flow from changes in hydrology could increase the transport of mercury, potentially affecting the achievement of water quality standards in tributaries with known mercury impairments. The negative consequences of this effect could be exacerbated if the receiving water forms intermittent wetlands that are conducive to converting mercury to methylmercury. The Yolo bypass is a specific location where the combination of increased mercury input and transformation to methylmercury could occur due to the existing concentration of mercury in the tributaries and large wetland acreage. Increased flows in the Yolo bypass could affect the transformation of mercury into methylmercury due to floodplain inundation. The State Water Board recognizes in the draft staff report that wetlands and floodplain inundation provide valuable water quality, wildlife habitat, and flood control functions and should not necessarily be disincentivized due to mercury concerns. Methylmercury production from physical habitat restoration projects is also evaluated in Section 7.2.1, Habitat Restoration and Other Ecosystem Projects. Mercury impacts could also occur due to increases in water level fluctuations in reservoirs. The draft staff report identifies mitigation measures that could reduce or avoid mercury and methylmercury related impacts. Next slide, please. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan could also affect production of harmful algal blooms, or HABs. Similar to temperature and mercury issues, HABs are an existing condition in the Sacramento Delta watershed. HABs have been reported in multiple locations within the Sacramento Delta watershed, such as Clear Lake, Black Butte Lake, Sacramento River, Folsom Reservoir, Lake Berryessa, Oroville Reservoir, and Shasta Reservoir. Generally, HABs form at lower elevations, but HABs have also been reported in some upper watershed reservoirs. Since 1999, HABs have also occurred annually at varying levels throughout the Delta in locations including the Stockton Waterfront, Discovery Bay, and Franks Tract. Several studies indicate that low flows through the Delta are associated with increased HAB formation. HABs are also more frequent and severe in dry years. The flow alternatives and VAs would be expected to result in an increase in flows in the spring, but could lead to reduced HAB formation and invasive aquatic vegetation in the Delta to varying degrees based on the increased level of flow. However, reduced Delta inflows in summer and fall could result in increased production of HABs and invasive aquatic vegetation in some Delta channels at some times. Lower reservoir levels could also lead to shallower, warmer, more stable water column conditions in some reservoirs, which could increase the production of HABs. These effects would be greater at higher flow levels and lesser at lower flow levels. The draft staff report identifies several mitigation measures that could be implemented to reduce or avoid HAB-related water quality impacts. Next slide. Uncertainty in the specific drivers of HABs in the Delta has resulted in uncertainty in the potential impacts or benefits of the proposed plan amendments or the proposed VAs. We need better information on the drivers of HABs, including the effects of flow and water project operations to reduce this uncertainty. To address this knowledge gap, the program of implementation is proposed to identify commitments by the State Water Board in coordination with other agencies and stakeholders to undertake actions to better understand HABs and possible control mechanisms. The board has already started on these efforts by funding research into HAB drivers and the development of a HABs monitoring design. Related to these efforts, the Delta HABs monitoring strategy facilitated by the Delta Stewardship Council will be available for public review next year. Next slide, please. In addition to the changes in hydrology just discussed, implementation of the proposed plan amendments or other flow scenarios would be expected to result in changes in Sacramento Delta water supply, including to agricultural, municipal, and wildlife refuges. Sacramento Delta water is defined as the surface water supply that originates in or is diverted from water bodies in the Sacramento River watershed, Delta East Side tributaries, and Delta regions. Sacramento Delta surface water supplies are used both within and outside of the Sacramento Delta watershed. Reductions in Sacramento Delta water supply would be expected to occur in all of the geographic regions in the study area. Reductions in the Sacramento Delta supplies are not expected to be uniform across the various tributaries, and some water users would be affected more by reduced Sacramento Delta supplies. However, Sacramento Delta supply is only one portion of this water supply portfolio for each of these regions. Therefore, a reduction in Sacramento Delta supply results in a reduction in only one of the sources of supply to users in each region. The reductions in water supply in the scenarios as a percent of total water supply available to users in any given region can be much smaller than the percent reduction in Sacramento Delta supply. In response to reductions in water supply, individual water users could choose to increase groundwater pumping as a substitute supply where available and not locally restricted. In addition, water users may choose to modify their water supply portfolios by increasing the use of other sources of water and maximizing the use of existing water supplies. These and other water management actions include groundwater storage and recovery, water transfers, water recycling, and water conservation. Next slide, please. The table on this slide shows annual average water supply to each region in the study area by type of use, that is agriculture, urban, and refuge. Total water supply, including surface water supplies, groundwater, and other sources, is estimated using historical water delivery data. Baseline Sacramento Delta supply is estimated using SACWAM results. Reduction in Sacramento Delta supply is obtained from SACWAM flow results for the flow scenarios. Overall, this slide shows that reductions in water supply in the scenarios as a percent of the total water supply available to users in any given region is smaller than the percent reduction in Sacramento Delta supply. Next slide, please. So for example, please go back one slide. Thank you. For example, as indicated by the red box on this slide, the annual average reduction in Sacramento Delta supply to the Central Coast region for the 55% of unimpaired flow scenario is 22%. That's the number in round brackets under Central Coast and the 55 scenario inside that red box. However, that reduction as a percentage of total water supply to the Central Coast is only 1%, and that's the number in square brackets. I'm not going to go over this full table in detail, but it is available in Chapter 6. It's table 6.4-1, and it, in that context, contains more details about the sources and interpretation of the results. Next slide, please. This slide shows the annual Sacramento Delta supply to all regions in the study area under baseline conditions and under the flow scenarios, ranging from 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow. As the box plots show, the total Sacramento Delta supply decreases with increasing flow requirements, with the smallest change from baseline under the 35% unimpaired flow scenario and the largest change from baseline under the 75% unimpaired flow scenario. Additional details and additional locations are provided in Chapter 6 of the draft staff report. Next slide, please. Implementation of the proposed VAs could also result in changes in Sacramento Delta water supply, including both within and outside of the Sacramento Delta watershed. Under the proposed VAs, reductions in Sacramento Delta supply would be expected to primarily affect agricultural uses. The SACWAM results show that there could be a small reduction in water supply for municipal use, and there would be no expected change in water supply to wildlife refuge areas. Although the source of the unspecified water purchases is not known, as discussed in Chapter 9, unspecified water purchases would be expected expected to be provided primarily or entirely from agricultural water users. The VA proposal identifies that some flow assets could be provided through groundwater substitution, including in basins subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, where that action is consistent with local management under SGMA, including the American River watershed, consistent with the VA proposal. Flow assets in other watersheds could also be provided through groundwater substitution, but sufficient information is not available at this time to include groundwater substitution in the modeling. If additional flow assets are made available through groundwater substitution, water supply reductions would be less than indicated by the modeling results. Changes in Sacramento Delta water supply from baseline and associated changes in water management actions would be smaller in magnitude under the proposed VAs than the changes that would occur under the proposed plan amendments. However, the water supply related impact mechanisms and significance determinations would be similar. Next slide, please. This slide shows the SACWAM modeled annual total Sacramento Delta surface water supply under baseline and the change under the proposed VAs. Overall, the proposed VAs would be expected to result in an annual average reduction of water for the entire study area across all water year types. The reductions would be greatest during dry water years. The proposed VAs involve voluntary contributions of water that could be implemented in different ways that would affect hydrology and water supply, including reservoir operations, fallowing of agricultural lands, and groundwater substitution. The VA modeling includes assumptions that are generally reflective of how the proposed VAs are expected to be implemented, but cannot reflect all of the numerous specific ways they could be implemented. Modeling results should not be taken as indicating the exact changes in water supply and changes in hydrology from implementation of the proposed VAs, but rather should be used to indicate the general timing and trends that may occur. I will now turn it back to Nicole Williamson to discuss effects of changes in water supply. Next slide, please.
All right, thanks, Matt. All right, so overall, the environmental analysis presented in the draft staff report finds that changes in water supply could result in potentially significant impacts to multiple environmental resource areas. As we discussed previously, the environmental analysis often considers a range of potential outcomes, including the most conservative for evaluating potentially significant effects on the physical environment. In many cases, there may be no impact. However, for each resource area, the analysis assumes a worst case scenario for evaluating effects on the physical environment. Some impacts are inversely proportional, such as impacts to groundwater levels and impacts to groundwater resources, and it's not possible for the worst case scenario to occur for every environmental resource area. In response to reductions in Sacramento Delta surface water supply, individual water users may choose to increase groundwater pumping where available and not locally restricted. Importantly, this is not a directive that farmers and ranchers should or would replace Sacramento Delta water supply reductions with groundwater pumping, especially in light of requirements to achieve sustainability in basins subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. But this is a good faith attempt to capture the potential maximum impacts on the groundwater basin from replacement pumping. Water users could also choose to use other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery, water transfers, water conservation, and in response to reduced Sacramento Delta supplies. While other water management actions help to mitigate impacts from reduced Sacramento Delta supply, these actions may also result in potentially significant impacts that must be evaluated under CEQA. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the approach to the environmental analysis for evaluating impacts to agricultural resources. The analysis presented in the draft staff report uses a conservative threshold of significance for land conversion that assumes that any reduction in irrigated crop acreage would result in permanent conversion of important farmland to non-agricultural use, which would be a significant impact. In response to reductions in Sacramento Delta supplies, as we discussed previously, some individual growers could choose to replace some of the reduced Sacramento Delta supplies by increasing groundwater pumping where available and not locally restricted. Because of uncertainties about water users' response, the environmental analysis considers two bounds or bookends. No replacement groundwater pumping, in which it was assumed that groundwater would not be available to replace reductions in surface water availability beyond current use under baseline conditions. And maximum replacement groundwater pumping, in which it was assumed that growers could use groundwater to replace Sacramento Delta surface water supply reductions when economically feasible to do so and subject to existing groundwater infrastructure limits. The likely response would be somewhere in between, meaning that water users likely would increase groundwater pumping to replace some amount of reduced surface water supplies, but not at volume sufficient to replace all of the reduced surface water supplies. Water users could also choose to plant lower water use crops, engage in deficit irrigation, or fallow land in response to reduced Sacramento Delta supplies. The draft staff report identifies several mitigation measures that could be implemented to reduce or avoid impacts to agriculture. For example, water users can and should diversify their water supply portfolios to the extent possible in an environmentally responsible manner and in accordance with law. Diversification includes sustainable conjunctive use of groundwater and surface water, water transfers, water conservation and efficiency upgrades, and increased use of recycled water. Farmers are likely to implement efficiency and conservation measures on their own initiative in response to reduced supply, but unless and until the mitigation measures are fully implemented, the impacts remain potentially significant. Next slide, please. This slide presents SWRCB model results for changes in crop acreage in the Sacramento Delta watershed under the 35 to 75% unimpaired flow scenarios. These results show that the reduction in irrigated crop acreage compared to baseline would be largest under the 75% unimpaired flow scenario and smallest under the 35% unimpaired flow scenario. Again, it's uncertain how water users may respond to reduced Sacramento Delta supply regarding groundwater pumping. Accordingly, the SWRCB modeling for the flow scenarios considered both maximum replacement groundwater pumping conditions, shown in blue, and no replacement groundwater pumping conditions, shown in gray. Modeling higher groundwater replacement pumping assumes more water is available for agriculture, which reduces effects on crop acreage. The model results for the flow scenarios with no replacement groundwater pumping show a greater effect on crop production because availability of groundwater to replace reduced surface water supply would be limited. The likely response would be somewhere in between. Next slide, please. Chapter 9 of the draft staff report presents SWRCB results for changes in crop acreage under the proposed VAs. Overall, the modeling results suggest that effects on crop acreage would be less under the proposed VAs than the proposed plan amendments. There is some uncertainty regarding the effects of the proposed VAs on crop acreage. First, equating reductions in irrigated acreage to cropland conversions likely overestimates potential acreage reductions because not all land acreage estimated to be removed from irrigation would be permanently converted to non-agricultural uses. In addition, the sources of the unspecified water purchases are not fully known at this time. SWRCB estimates the possible sources and effects of unspecified water purchases based on economic criteria, and the actual effects of unspecified water purchases under the proposed VAs on crop acreage could differ from those indicated by the SWRCB model results. Finally, to capture a conservative estimate of changes in crop acreage under the proposed VAs, the SWRCB modeling for the proposed VAs assumes that agricultural water users would not increase groundwater pumping in response to reductions in Sacramento Delta water supplies. If groundwater substitution is used to supplement reductions in surface water supplies, the change in crop acreage could be less than indicated by the SWRCB modeling results. Although there's some uncertainty regarding the effects of the proposed VAs on crop acreage, the SWRCB model results suggest that reductions in Sacramento Delta water supply under the proposed VAs could result in changes in crop acreage in the Sacramento Delta watershed and San Joaquin Valley that would be considered a potentially significant impact on agriculture. Next slide, please. As discussed above, alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report could result in a reduction in Sacramento Delta surface water supply to municipal users described in sections 7.20 and 9.7.20 of the draft staff report, with some additional discussion in the surface and groundwater quality sections. Under the proposed plan amendments, impacts of reduction in Sacramento Delta supply to municipal suppliers can vary across regions. As the Sacramento Delta supply represents only a portion of the municipal supply portfolios, the overall impact depends on what portion of the total municipal supply is Sacramento Delta supply compared to other water supplies. Many municipal suppliers are well prepared to address a supply reduction of up to 10%. However, agencies that rely primarily on Sacramento Delta surface water and have limited water supply portfolios, and agencies that already have demand that outpace supply could experience impacts with reductions in the Sacramento Delta supply. Municipal water agencies, on their own or with others, may develop new supply through additional groundwater wells, water recycling, desalination, groundwater storage and recovery, or surface storage projects to address reduced supplies. These are the types of projects that the draft staff report considers to be likely responses to the proposed plan amendments. The reductions in Sacramento Delta supply to municipal users under the proposed VAs would be smaller compared to the proposed plan amendments. Sacramento Delta water supply reductions under the proposed VAs would be based on voluntary measures, and any water supply reductions to municipal water users would be small and would not result in the need to obtain new water supplies. The draft staff report identifies that under the proposed VAs, reductions in Sacramento Delta water supplies to municipalities would represent a less than significant impact. Under the proposed plan amendments, the draft staff report identifies that changes in water supply, including reduced Sacramento Delta supply for municipal use and increased water conservation, and the use of other lower quality water supply sources, could affect wastewater treatment plant, or WWTP, influent and effluent. The construction to modify or expand existing treatment facilities as a result of changes in supply and hydrology, and as a possible response action to increased water recycling is evaluated in section 7.22 of the staff report. Many communities in the study area rely on groundwater as their primary source of supply, either as municipal supply or supply from private domestic wells. Although the proposed plan amendments and proposed VAs would not directly affect these supplies, there could be indirect effects on groundwater supply and quality. Communities that rely on groundwater for drinking water supplies in the San Joaquin Valley region have been facing challenges from declining groundwater levels under existing conditions, with critical shortages or dry wells occurring in some areas during prolonged drought periods. Economically disadvantaged communities that rely solely on groundwater often disproportionately experience impacts on their drinking water supplies. Their groundwater wells are often shallow and thus more susceptible to water quality issues or the risk of going dry if the groundwater level is lowered. The frequency and severity of these challenges could increase in localized areas as a result. The draft staff report identifies several mitigation measures that could be implemented to reduce or avoid impacts on municipal water supplies. Next slide, please. Reduced Sacramento Delta supply could also result in potentially significant impacts related to lower groundwater levels and groundwater quality from increased groundwater pumping as a substitute supply and reductions in applied irrigation water, including from increased water use efficiencies, which would reduce incidental groundwater recharge. Potentially significant environmental impacts on groundwater levels and groundwater quality are discussed in sections 7.12.2 and 9.7.12.2. This slide presents a brief summary of the impact mechanisms that could result in lower groundwater levels. As discussed previously, in response to reductions in Sacramento Delta surface water supply, individual water users may choose to increase groundwater pumping where available and not locally restricted. The VA proposal also identifies that some flow assets could be provided through groundwater substitution. Lower groundwater levels could result in secondary impacts, including reduced water supplies for agricultural and communities that rely on groundwater as their primary municipal water source, including economically disadvantaged communities. Lower groundwater levels could have localized effects on groundwater quality by concentrating pollutants where groundwater contamination already exists. Secondary impacts from lower groundwater levels are evaluated in the related resource categories, such as utilities. The draft staff report identifies mitigation measures that could reduce or avoid groundwater-related impacts. For example, local groundwater management under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act could reduce or eliminate impacts, particularly in medium and high priority groundwater basins. Next slide. The evaluation of actions that may be taken in response to changes in water supply include other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery or conjunctive use efforts, water transfers, water recycling, and water conservation measures that are already being implemented throughout the state. While the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan cannot be considered the driving impetus for sustainable management and water supply diversification efforts, the project may accelerate and increase the need for such efforts. Other water management actions affect the overall analysis in two ways. First, environmental impacts and economic effects from reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies likely would be less given these efforts. Second, other water management actions may result in their own environmental impacts that must be disclosed and analyzed. The approach to the environmental analyses of other water management actions assumes the use of existing infrastructure, such as existing groundwater wells, existing water delivery systems, and existing storage systems, as well as existing conservation measures. The potential impacts of other water management actions are described in sections 7.3 through 7.20 for each environmental resource area. Next slide. The other two main categories of reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance and response actions are physical habitat restoration and other complementary ecosystem projects, and new and modified facilities that involve construction. The environmental impacts of physical habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects are evaluated in section 7.21 of the staff report. This section evaluates the environmental impacts of non-flow ecosystem projects, including physical habitat restoration, fish passage projects, predation, and aquatic invasive species control. The proposed plan amendments provide a framework that would allow stakeholders to implement complementary ecosystem projects in addition to flow requirements, and actions that other entities could take that would contribute towards achieving the overall goal of improving conditions for fish and wildlife in the Sacramento Delta watershed. In addition, the narrative cold water habitat objective could be implemented in part through certain construction projects such as reservoir temperature management facilities or fish passage facilities. In addition, the proposed VAs include physical habitat restoration on a portion of the Sacramento Delta tributaries and in the Delta. These types of projects are evaluated in section 7.21. Next slide, please. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan would result in reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies at certain times and locations. In response, water users could increase efforts to prioritize limited available water supplies or develop other water supply sources. Other water sources are already being developed and utilized in response to water shortages that occur as a result of many factors. Section 7.22 addresses actions that entities may take that would involve construction to modify or build new facilities and infrastructure to supplement or conserve surface water supplies and other construction projects that may result from the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Projects include new or modified dams and reservoirs and points of diversion, groundwater wells and groundwater storage and recovery projects, and new or modified drinking water treatment plants, including desalination plants and wastewater treatment plants. Section 7.22 also evaluates other construction projects that entities may take in response to changes in hydrology and water supply, including new or modified boat ramps, stream flow or temperature monitoring devices, and water conservation projects such as canal lining. Many of the actions evaluated in sections 7.21 and 7.22 would involve construction, and in some cases, large construction projects that would require site-specific environmental impact analyses. Common construction impacts are consolidated where possible to avoid redundancy. Note that operational impacts from increased groundwater pumping and other water management actions are already addressed in the main resource sections 7.3 through 7.20. Next slide. Under the Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act, the State Water Board is required to consider several factors, including economic considerations, when establishing water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. The economic effects of the proposed plan amendments are evaluated in Chapter 8 of the draft staff report. The economic effects of the proposed VAs are evaluated in Chapter 9 and specifically Section 9.8 of the draft staff report. These chapters analyze the potential economic effects on California's agricultural economy from changes in water supply. The direct economic effects of potential changes in water supply on production of irrigated crops are estimated using the SWRCB model. In addition, the analysis estimates how changes in agricultural production could affect total industry output or sales, income, and employment throughout the regional economy. The analysis of regional economic effects is primarily conducted using the M-Plan model. In addition, the analysis in Chapter 8 estimates the potential costs to affected municipal service providers of securing reliable water supplies, with a focus on increased cost of meeting the same demand through development of other water supplies, as well as the opportunity cost of lost supply if no other supply sources are available, or costs of meeting the same demand using other water supplies already being used by municipalities within existing water portfolios. I will now turn it over to Rob McCarthy to discuss tribal engagement and public participation efforts. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nicole. My name is Rob McCarthy. I am a senior environmental scientist with the State Water Board and the tribal coordinator for the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. The State Water Board has been engaging with California Native American tribes through listening sessions, meetings, and individual discussions to understand tribal perspectives and interests in the board's effort to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. Chapter 11 summarizes these tribal outreach and engagement activities related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, documents traditional ecological knowledge to inform the update of the Bay Delta Plan, and discusses inclusion of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses, or TBUs, into the plan. The State Water Board is committed to ongoing engagement with California Native American tribes to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge, tribal feedback, and tribal perspectives into the Bay Delta Plan to inform the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Earlier this year, the State Water Board mailed letters offering formal consultation to California Native American tribes on the update and implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. The board continues to actively seek input and engagement with tribes. Any tribal representatives interested in further engagement may contact me at robert.mccarthy@waterboards.ca.gov. In addition, State Water Board staff held tribal listening sessions earlier this year to gather input from tribal leaders on the State Water Board's efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. Through that outreach, tribal representatives requested the specific recognition of tribal beneficial uses in the plan. At its meeting on June 7th, 2023, the State Water Board held an informational item on consideration of addition of tribal beneficial uses to the Bay Delta Plan. In response to comments from California Native American tribes within the watershed, the State Water Board is now considering incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses of water, including tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing. In addition, State Water Board staff have engaged in efforts to document traditional ecological knowledge to help inform technical and policy considerations of the Bay Delta Plan, including improving adaptive management decisions, monitoring, evaluation for plan effectiveness at protecting fish and wildlife and tribal beneficial uses, and future updates and implementation. Next slide, please. The State Water Board has also received valuable input from many members of the public that has informed the development of the draft staff report. Chapter 12 describes the public participation activities that have occurred during the development of the draft staff report. These public participation activities included CEQA scoping meetings and public comment periods in 2009 and 2012, informational workshops on the scientific and technical basis for potential changes to the Bay Delta Plan from 2012 through 2016, informational items, workshops, and comment periods on the scientific basis report and scientific basis report supplement. More recently, the State Water Board held informational items on upcoming actions to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan in December 2021 and January 2023. During January 2023, the State Water Board held a public workshop on the draft scientific basis report supplement in support of proposed voluntary agreements and an associated comment period to receive public comments. In March and June of 2023, the State Water Board hosted public listening sessions focused on environmental justice issues in the plan. During these listening sessions, the State Water Board considered input from environmental interests, representatives of economically disadvantaged communities, and representatives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizations on the State Water Board's current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board appreciates the input provided by stakeholders through these discussions and in general comments, and encourages interested parties to remain engaged in the process to update the Bay Delta Plan. State Water Board staff will continue to meet with interested parties to discuss information pertinent to the Bay Delta Plan updates, and will continue to consider new information provided by stakeholders during the planning process. I will describe upcoming opportunities for public and tribal engagement on the following slide. Next slide, please. The release of the draft staff report initiates a public comment period. State Water Board staff are holding workshops to provide information on the contents of the draft staff report and provide an opportunity for the public to ask questions to facilitate their review of the report. These include today's workshop and a public workshop focused on draft staff report modeling on November 2nd. The State Water Board will also hold a tribal workshop for tribal representatives to provide an overview of the contents of the draft staff report and answer questions. State Water Board staff have also posted a video tutorial providing an overview of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan and draft staff report. Today's workshop will also be posted to the State Water Board's website for future reference. These workshops will be followed by a multi-day public hearing beginning November 17th and continuing on December 1st and December 11th before the State Water Board to receive oral comments. The public hearing will be held during regular business hours on November 17th and December 1st to provide an opportunity for interested parties to provide oral comments outside of regular business hours. The hearing will continue during evening hours only on December 11th. The public comment period is the public's opportunity to review and comment on the analyses described in the draft staff report. Written comments on the draft staff report are due December 15th, 2023. Detailed information on how to submit written comments on the draft staff report and how to participate in the upcoming workshops and hearings is available on the State Water Board's website, which is provided along with other resources at the end of this presentation. State Water Board staff appreciates the valuable input provided by stakeholders and encourages interested parties to submit comments and remain engaged in the process to update the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes next steps and includes opportunities for public input on the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The board has initiated independent scientific peer review of the final draft scientific basis report supplement for the Sacramento Delta VAs. Following the peer review, the scientific basis report supplement may be further revised. The specific regulatory text for changes to the Bay Delta Plan have not been developed yet. Those changes will be developed based on public comments on the draft staff report, the remaining VA products expected at the end of this year, and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement. The draft changes will be subject to public review and oral and written public comment, anticipated to occur in early to mid 2024. In addition, responses to public comments on the draft staff report will be provided in early to mid 2024, along with any needed changes to the draft staff report. The input received on the draft staff report and the draft Bay Delta Plan amendments will inform the final staff report and final proposed plan amendments, which will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates as early as late 2024. Next slide, please. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Listed below are links to the main Bay Delta program page and the page specifically for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. Written comments on the draft staff report should be submitted to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. As a reminder, written comments are due on December 15th, 2023. You may also contact staff at this email address if you have any questions. That concludes the State Water Board staff presentation. Now I'd like to turn it over to Eric Lobachevsky with the Department of Water Resources and Brooke Jacobs from the Department of Fish and Wildlife for remarks. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooke Jacobs, and I lead the water branch for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which sits within the California Natural Resources Agency. I'm here today with my colleague from the Department of Water Resources to speak briefly about the voluntary agreements, a component of the staff report you just heard about. The voluntary agreements are a proposed alternative for updating the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, to achieve reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the regions covered by the voluntary agreement. The parties seek to take a comprehensive approach to integrate flow and non-flow measures, including habitat restoration and landscape reactivation, targeted at improving spawning and rearing capacity for salmonids, estuarine species, and other native fish and wildlife. California Natural Resources Agency is investing in the voluntary agreements for their potential to provide a collaborative and adaptive structure that can guide flow and habitat management at a landscape scale. Collaboration is key to reversing the pattern of deterioration of the ecosystem. This approach is different from how the watershed is traditionally managed, with each tributary and the delta previously managing and making decisions by themselves. The voluntary agreements include proposed governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. The primary purposes of the voluntary agreement governance and science activities are to maximize benefits of the flow and non-flow measures for the narrative objectives, and to provide accountability and transparency of the voluntary agreement program to regulatory agencies and the public. Implementation of a watershed scale program for flows and restoration would require extensive collaboration. For example, there's flexibility contained in the proposed voluntary agreements for how much and when environmental flows could be deployed and within a range. These are the types of decisions that are envisioned in governance discussions. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague at DWR to talk more about the documents associated with the voluntary agreements.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Brooke. I am Eric Lobachevsky with the Department of Water Resources. I'm a program manager here. Just do a very quick overview of the draft documents that are included as part of the Water Board staff report on the voluntary agreements. So in Chapter 9 of the staff report includes a general description of the proposed voluntary agreements and the environmental and economic analyses, including changes to hydrology and water supply. Heard a lot about that over the last few minutes. Additional details regarding the voluntary agreement proposal are in Appendix G of the staff report. This includes 5 different elements. Number 1, the MOU and term sheet that has been previously circulated and is available. That is in Appendix G. Number 2, draft strategic plan of the voluntary agreements. Number 3, draft governance program. Number 4, draft science plan. And finally, a final draft scientific basis report that includes the voluntary agreements, which is being submitted to independent peer review. So now on the draft strategic plan, it provides an overview of the proposed voluntary agreement program, as well as additional details on the flow and non-flow measures or habitat restoration measures included in the March 29th, 2022 Memorandum of Understanding to advance the term sheet for voluntary agreements. It's also, the strategic plan also includes more details as to when and how those flow and habitat measures would be implemented, as well as an overview of their accounting. Now, the draft governance program describes how VA entities or voluntary agreement entities will be engaged in the planning and decision-making related to the flow and non-flow measures. This includes an overview of system-wide governance and tributary and delta governance entities. The governance program is envisioned to direct system-wide measures, make recommendations regarding the deployment of tributary and delta measures, conduct assessments, update the strategic plan, develop annual reports, and implement a system-wide science and monitoring program. The science plan, or the draft science plan, provides a framework and approach, including hypotheses and associated monitoring for evaluating the outcomes of the voluntary agreement flow and non-flow measures, as well as addressing several important and broad-scale ecosystem management questions. This document provides guidance to the Voluntary Agreement Science Committee as it develops recommendations for priority areas to focus additional monitoring, conduct active experiments, provide decision support modeling, and data analyses needed to fill knowledge gaps, assess outcomes of those VA measures, and inform ongoing and future decision-making. As the Science Committee continues its work, this group welcomes inclusion of relevant expertise from additional parties, including from tribes and non-governmental organizations. Lastly, just to note that over $2.9 billion of funding commitments have been identified to support this voluntary agreement program. This is generated from many sources and over the term of the entire proposed agreement, including CNRA, reclamation, state, other federal agencies, public water agencies, as well as other sources. This funding largely supports the dedication of water to in-stream flows, supports science, as well as habitat projects. That's my quick overview. Again, all of those details I went through are included both in Chapter 9 of the staff report, as well as Appendix G of the staff report. That's where those details can be found. That's all I had. Thank you for your time this morning.
All right, thank you so much to our colleagues, Eric and Brooke, for your remarks. Before we get to the Q&A session, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 30-minute break. So right now it's 11:43, so we're just in time for lunch. So let's reconvene back here at 12:15, and we'll put up a slide with that time. Allow you to digest all this information, think through your questions, and feel free to continue putting written questions into the Q&A function box while we're on a break. So we will see you all at 12:15. Okay. And we really appreciate everybody who is actively listening and participating in this workshop and submitting their questions. Just wanted to remind everybody that we'll only be answering questions that are specifically about the draft staff report, because that's the purpose of today's workshop. So we won't be addressing anything that doesn't include a question or questions that appear more like comments. And we encourage you to share your comments either at the upcoming hearing or via email. And we really do value your input, so encourage you to use those other avenues to submit your comments. And we'll review that process before the end of the workshop today as well. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to Diane, who is going to, oh, really quick, let me just go over this. So we're going to first go to the written questions that we received, and then we'll go to hands. So those of you who are waiting to ask questions verbally, we're going to go through some of the written questions first, and then go to hands. So I'll go ahead and pass it to Diane to go over the questions that were submitted via the Q&A.
Thank you, Molly. I'm going to start with a few questions, then I will turn it over to my colleagues, Matt and Nicole, to answer a few. We got a few questions about adaptive management provisions under the proposed plan amendments, the other flow alternatives, and the voluntary agreements. All of those alternatives do include provisions that would allow for adaptive management. They're proposed in different ways. I'll start with the proposed plan amendments and the low and high flow alternatives, which all include the same adaptive management provisions. Specifically, I'll start with the range of flows. That those alternatives all involve a range of flows that would allow for moving up or down within the range based on the specific circumstances within a tributary. And that means, if actions are needed to be taken to conserve cold water in a tributary, it could move down in the range. If there are already flows that are higher within that watershed than what is indicated at the lower end of the range, we could be higher in the range. And that would be something that could be adaptively managed either through a voluntary process. The proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives also include a possible voluntary route that includes specific provisions for voluntary actions to be taken. So parties could submit voluntary plans and put those together that would provide for moving within the range identified for each one of the alternatives. Those voluntary plans, as well as the default ways of implementing the proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives, would also allow for shaping of flows and shifting of flows in time to maximize protection of fish and wildlife and avoid redirected impacts. Also, the adaptive management provisions of the proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives would allow for more than one tributary to work together, if appropriate, to come up with voluntary measures. And the provisions of the inflows are also intended to be adaptively managed with the cold water habitat provisions, such to ensure that we're maximizing protection of fish and wildlife and avoiding impacts from cold water habitat from implementation of the inflow objectives. So that's the way that generally the way that the proposed plan amendments are intended to work. With respect to the voluntary agreements also include provisions for adaptive management that are described in the draft strategic plan that's included in Appendix G. That plan specifically identifies flow flexibility brackets that could allow for flows to be similarly shaped and shifted to optimize protection for fish and wildlife and avoid redirected impacts. And the details of that are described in Appendix G of the staff report. With respect to the specific proposal that the board is moving forward with, as we've indicated, the board hasn't identified which proposal that it's moving forward with. And while the draft staff report identifies the possible objectives under the different proposals, it doesn't yet identify what the program of implementation would look like for those objectives. Instead, that is going to be developed after we receive comments on the draft staff report. The peer review of the scientific basis report for the BAs is completed. And we receive the additional BA products that Eric Lobashevsky with DWR identified we would be receiving by the end of the year. We then take all of that information, develop proposed changes to the program of implementation that would get into the specifics of these adaptive management provisions and provide additional detail. That would be developed and provided for public review and oral comment through a process similar to this and written public comments. So at this point, the conceptual basis for how adaptive management may work under each of the scenarios is identified in the draft staff report for each one of those scenarios. But again, the specifics of that are something that we would be developing early next year to mid next year and providing additional opportunities for public input on. So I think that covers the adaptive management questions. There were also some questions about whether the voluntary agreements are publicly available. As we've indicated in the staff presentation, and DWR and DFW staff identified, the documents that have been produced today are publicly available. They are included in Appendix G of the draft staff report. So all of those documents are available. Once the additional documents that the VA parties are developing are completed, those will also be made available to the public and inform, again, this process to develop draft proposed changes to the Bay Delta plan for public comment. Lastly, I'll take some questions. We got several questions about the Trinity River and whether the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan addresses protection of fish and wildlife on the Trinity River system. That is not part of the scope of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan. The Trinity River is a tributary to the Klamath River, so it's not part of this Bay Delta plan update process. However, we acknowledge that there are imports of water from the Trinity River system into the Sacramento River system, and that actions that are taken on the Sacramento River system can affect operations on the Trinity River system. As such, as part of the proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives, provisions are identified that would avoid redirected impacts to the Trinity River system. With respect to the voluntary agreements proposal, it's not anticipated that there would be significant changes to the Trinity River system through implementation of the voluntary agreements. However, there is modeling included in the draft staff report for the voluntary agreements and for the other alternatives that identifies what the effects on the Trinity River system could be. Also, with respect to the Trinity River system, our understanding is that the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is currently in a process with the federal fishery agencies to consult under the Federal Endangered Species Act under operations on the Trinity River system. We expect, that process will result in additional actions potentially that could modify Trinity River operations. Based on that information, it's possible, the board could take some additional action at some point in the future. It's unclear whether that would be the case at this time. I think that covers that question. With that, I will turn it over to Matt to answer the next series of questions.
Thanks, Diane. So the next question we received was a question about graphs that were provided on slide 12, which compared existing delta outflows and historical delta outflows to minimum required delta outflow. So the question asked whether that analysis is provided for the VA and the other alternatives. So that analysis of minimum required delta outflow was presented in the staff report as a comparison to historical flows, and was also provided for some context in the analysis of frequency with which various winter-spring delta outflow levels would be expected to be attained under the various scenarios. So the results for those analyses are in tables 3.14-6 and 9.6-4 for the flow scenarios and the VA respectively. Again, that's 3.14-6 and 9.6-4. Due to the nature of the delta outflow post-processing, however, some of the bookends are not represented by monthly time series that could support this analysis. So we only provided those VA and VA without San Joaquin contributions analyses for that particular analysis. However, more detailed results for the VA are available in Chapter 9 and Appendix G3A, and those results can be compared to results in Chapter 6 and Appendix A1. I do want to note, though, that toward the end of Appendix G3A, in figures G3A-32 and figure G3A-32 in tables G3A-76 and 77, which characterize delta outflow. Those delta outflows for the VA do not include the post-processed VA flow assets. Yeah, that's the answer with regard to the existing delta outflows analysis. The next question we received was, what about changes in the hydrology for the Feather River above Oroville? So kind of going back to the presentation, we presented results for the Feather River flow at the confluence with the Sacramento River. The staff report contains many more summaries of flows at various locations, including in the high flow channel of the Feather River and the low flow channel of the Feather River. Those results can be found, some of those results can be found in chapter 6 and then and in chapter 9. And then much more detailed results for those locations and additional locations can be found in Appendix A1 for the flow scenarios and Appendix G3A for the VA scenarios. And that's it for that question. I think I'm going to hand it off to Nicole to take the next couple of questions.
All right, thanks, Matt. Okay, next we received a couple of questions about the Sacramento Delta watershed maps used in the staff presentation and also the Colusa Basin drain. So in particular, we had a question about why doesn't the map in the presentation include the Colusa Basin drain? We included a map of the Sacramento Delta watershed in the presentation that was really intended to provide general information about the location and geographic scope of the Sacramento Delta watershed. It's not exhaustive of every water body in the Sacramento Delta watershed. We had a kind of related question about modeling of the Colusa Basin drain, and SAC-WAM does include a representation of rainfall, runoff, and return flows for the full Sacramento Delta watershed, consistent with the current physical landscape, which does include the Colusa Basin drain. All right, next question. We received some questions about points of comparison in the draft staff report, and in particular, why the environmental analyses in the draft staff report for the proposed VAs and proposed plan amendments are compared to baseline conditions rather than to each other. And the reason that we did this in the staff report is that CEQA requires identification of environmental impacts compared to baseline conditions. The draft staff report does include some general discussions about how impacts of the proposed VAs may compare to the proposed plan amendments. There is some discussion about that in the environmental analyses in Chapter 9 of the staff report. And we do also have impact and mitigation measures summary tables completed in the staff report for both the proposed plan amendments and proposed VAs that could give readers some sense of the types of impacts that would be similar or different between those alternatives. And I will turn it over to Diane to answer some additional questions.
Thank you, Nicole. There were a series of questions about how the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan relates to the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity update to the Bay Delta Plan. As a reminder, the board is updating the plan in two separate processes. It updated the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity portions of the Bay Delta Plan in 2018. We're currently focused on updating the Sacramento River and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan. While those updates that were adopted in 2018, they have been approved by the board. They are currently in the process of being implemented. As we mentioned in the staff presentation, we also have a voluntary agreement that we're considering on the Tuolumne River that was included as part of the VA MOU package. There is also a Merced River voluntary agreement that has not been added to the MOU package, but there are additional activities happening on the San Joaquin River side of the house. Those are separate actions. And with respect to, in addition to the implementation activities that are occurring, there's also some litigation that's occurring on that process. Those, again, are all separate from the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan. They're also separate from the board's 2010 Delta Flow Criteria report. There were some questions about that report and how it relates to this process. That report looked at what flows would be provided if Fish and Wildlife were the sole purpose for which flows were being provided for inflow purposes and delta outflow purposes, without considering needs for cold water habitat and needs for water use by humans. And so this process that we're going through and the 2018 update to the Bay Delta plan are looking at those other issues, looking at cold water habitat protection and looking at the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife and balancing between the different uses of water. So that's the distinction between those processes. Another question we got is whether the proposed plan amendments are looking at possible modifications to existing temperature management requirements. That depends on the temperature management requirements. If the temperature management requirements are meeting the purposes of the cold water habitat objective, then they could suffice for purposes of implementing the cold water habitat objective. However, if they're not fully meeting those requirements, then additional measures may be needed. Then lastly, we got a question regarding whether emergency regulations could be considered on an interim time period. That's a tool that the board has under specific circumstances. The board has implemented emergency regulations during drought. There are some specific criteria under which emergency regulations could be implemented, and those would have to be met in order for emergency regulations to be a viable option. So with that, I will turn over to Matt to answer some additional questions.
Thanks, Diane. So the next question that I'm going to address is we had a question asking whether predictive climate models are used in the staff report. So the answer is that currently SACWAM modeling relies on a historical reconstructed time series of hydrology, and we do not currently have SACWAM modeling of climate change scenarios in the draft staff report at this time. This is partly due to technical limitations and just not having completed a calibration of some of the latent capabilities for simulating upper watershed rainfall, precipitation and rainfall runoff at this time. However, and there's some additional explanation of this in chapter 6 in section 6.2.3. So I definitely want to refer folks to that section. One thing to add is that recent improvement in downscaled climate products is facilitating ongoing development of SACWAM, which will enable evaluation of climate change scenarios in the future. We hope to have that capability shortly. The next question is, I'm not entirely sure what the question is, but the question is related to how Friant flows are accounted for in our modeling. So briefly, the model domain of SACWAM, our main hydrology and operations model, is focused primarily on the Sacramento watershed, the Delta East side tributaries, and the Delta. Now, it does contain the CVP infrastructure north of Delta and in the South Delta, and it contains a sort of lower resolution representation of the south of Delta water uses and demands. And so the exchange contractors are represented as a south of Delta demand, and exchange contractors in SACWAM have a high priority for delivery of exported water. So those deliveries to the Friant users from the Sacramento Valley via the south of Delta exports is represented in the model. In the flow scenarios, there are instances where reductions in exports are substantial enough that the exchange contractors get shortage, which can result in calls on Friant. So there's an analysis in section 7.4.3 that looks at the possible changes in deliveries to Friant contractors if exchange contractor export deliveries are shorted. Beyond that, there's also consideration of the Friant voluntary agreement. The way that the Friant voluntary agreement is handled in the modeling is it is the San Joaquin River restoration program flows are present at the Vernalis boundary of SACWAM, and the Friant VA is represented as a foregone recapture of export. So essentially, those exports are just reduced, and the water shows up at delta outflow for the Friant VA. So the question was kind of general, but I hope that addressed the questions regarding Friant. If not, I'm happy to take further clarification of the question in the Q&A. And I think with that, do we have any more questions that Nicole's going to answer? I think I'm going to hand back to Diane, actually. Is that right, Diane?
Yeah, that sounds right. And I wanted to follow up on a question I realized I didn't fully answer. There was a question about how the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan relate to the lower San Joaquin River flow updates to the Bay Delta Plan. And so with respect to that issue, under the proposed plan amendments and the low and high flow alternatives, there's a proposal for an inflow-based delta outflow objective that would require required inflows from both the Sacramento Delta tributaries as well as the San Joaquin River tributaries to be provided as delta outflow. So that there is a relationship between those two updates that provides for flexibility if we end up in different ranges of percent of unimpaired flow, that conceptually would still work together, and would also work together with voluntary agreements if you have voluntary agreements on some tributaries but not others. Under the voluntary agreements proposal itself, it is also proposing that to protect flows from the lower San Joaquin River. So I think under both proposals, the additional flows from the lower San Joaquin River would be provided to delta outflow under the proposals. Again, we need to work out the details of specifically how that works when we develop the proposed program of implementation, but conceptually, both concepts involve protection of the lower San Joaquin River flows as part of delta outflow. The next question, so there's a question about the flexibility brackets included in the voluntary agreements proposal and whether there's a low and high end range. The way the flexibility brackets work is they always add up to the total for that water year type. They're not similar in the same respect to the proposed plan amendments that will allow going down in the range from 45 and up in the range to 65% of unimpaired flow. The flexibility brackets identified in the voluntary agreements proposal allow primarily for shaping of the flows over the season based on, in order to test hypotheses or otherwise provide for improving protection of fish and wildlife. So they identify, flows may be concentrated in April and May in one year, or maybe spread out through March, April, and May in another year, provides flexibility to provide the flows in a different pattern. There's both a default implementation assumption regarding how flows would be provided in any particular month, and then there are these flexibility brackets that would allow the flows to be provided in a different pattern with some constraints on how much flow could be provided in each month. Next, I'll take a question about biological goals. For those that aren't aware, with the lower San Joaquin update to the Bay Delta Plan, the board included biological goals, which are quantitative metrics providing indicators of whether the flow objectives are providing for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. As part of the proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives, there's also a proposal that there would be biological goals established for the Sacramento Delta tributaries. As part of the VA proposal, they are proposing to include metrics and outcomes, not specifically biological goals, but those are described in more detail in the VA proposal. With that, I will turn it over to Matt to take the next set of questions.
Okay, I see one question here that I'm flagged on. So the flow, so there's a question about whether if the flow alternatives only include added requirements in January through June, why do we expect to see delta outflow increases in all months? So that was on slide 30. So in fact, in the framework or the proposed plan amendments, the flow requirements are year round. Specifically, the inflow requirements and the delta outflow requirements are formulated as year-round requirements. And therefore, we do see increases in all months, particularly with respect to delta outflow. That said, the largest increases in flow generally occur during January through June, during the wet season. So that's the answer to that question. Diane, I don't see anything else that I'm tagged on yet.
Okay, I can take a few that I'm ready to answer. There's a question about possible additional voluntary agreements. Like I indicated, we do have another voluntary agreement that isn't currently part of the MOU term sheet for the VAs from the Merced River. That has been submitted. If it is to be considered, then that would, have to go through the process to be added to the MOU package, and would have to go through a similar process as occurred for the VA that's being analyzed as part of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan. We would first, we would need scientific basis report that evaluates the voluntary agreements, and we would need CEQA documentation to and other water quality control planning documentation to evaluate any voluntary agreement proposal. As we indicated earlier, the Tuolumne River voluntary agreement is being considered through a separate process because it will, the voluntary agreement, the Sacramento Delta components of the voluntary agreement would layer onto the existing Bay Delta plan requirements. However, the Tuolumne River voluntary agreement would require changes to the Bay Delta plan that was adopted in 2018, which was done through a separate process. So that is also being considered through a separate process because it's different in nature. The Merced River VA would probably be in the same boat if that's added to the voluntary agreement package. And if there are other voluntary agreements, again, that would require a full public process to be evaluated, scientific basis report evaluation, and CEQA documentation consideration by the board. So at this point, the only other one that we have at this point is from the Merced River. And I would assume at this point, if it is added to the package, it would take a similar process as the Tuolumne River voluntary agreement. There's a question as to whether there will be another comment period when the program of implementation language is released. Yes, there will be a specific comment process on that, a public meeting, and a written public comment process on that. And again, we're anticipating that would occur early to mid next year. There's also questions about whether the proposed voluntary agreement is a program of implementation. The proposed voluntary agreements are intended to serve the specific flow and habitat measures are intended to be implementation measures under the VA for the proposed new narrative ecosystem protection objective, and to implement in part the voluntary agreement parties' share of implementing the existing salmon doubling objectives. So under the VAs, they are proposing to implement an existing and a new narrative objective. And they're proposing that the flow and habitat restoration measures identified in the VA package would be implementation measures for those objectives. The specific regulatory language for the Bay Delta Plan, however, has not been developed yet. It would be informed by the voluntary agreements package. If the board moves forward with the voluntary agreement proposal, then we would have a way of integrating that proposal into the program of implementation. But it has not yet been developed, and again, will be developed early to mid next year. Then there's a question about baseline. The baseline for the staff report is described in Chapter 6. It is a reflection, as Matt described earlier in his presentation, as a reflection of existing conditions as they exist, and they include some changes to the 2008-2009 biological opinions that have been durable, including modifications to fall delta outflow requirements. They also include, while the 2019 biological opinion did remove some spring delta outflow, also referred to as San Joaquin inflow to export ratio constraints, given that court orders have essentially extended the provisions of those export constraints to the CBP, the baseline does assume that those export constraints exist. We understand there, we may get comments on that, and we welcome your comments on that. So that's the baseline. The scientific basis report uses the 2008-2009 biological opinions because that was produced before the changes that I referred to occurred. So that's used for both scientific basis reports for consistency purposes. The baseline and the 2008-2009 biological opinions are fairly similar, but not identical. There are these differences in fall X2. There are also some off-ramps to the spring delta outflow requirement under the ITP incidental take permit in wetter years. And that's all described in Chapter 6 of the draft staff report. With respect to the 2019 biological opinions, that is the assumed base for accounting purposes upon which the VA assets are built. It is not the baseline for any of the analyses. However, when you're looking at the assets in the VA table, they are added to a 2019 biological opinion base. Accordingly, when you view the modeling results, you'll see that those results look different than the table, and that is because that difference of comparison point also due to other modeling related effects to reservoir operations and the effects of operating from year to year, and other details of the voluntary agreements proposals regarding when they apply, how they apply, and how these flexibility brackets work, those sorts of things. So you won't see that an identical representation of the VA table of assets. The results and the modeling results don't look identical to those for those reasons. With that, I think there are some additional questions. Might need a minute to read through those. Maybe we can take some hands and accumulate some questions while we look through and make sure that we've answered the written questions that we've gotten. If there are any hand raises, Molly.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a couple hands raised on Zoom. And just want to, remind folks, you can raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. It puts you in a queue and in order of hands raised. You can also join that queue if you're on the phone joining us today. You can press *9 to raise your hand or lower your hand. And once we start calling on people, we really would appreciate if you try to just ask one concise question during your speaking time, just so that everyone has a chance to ask at least one question. And if there are more questions that come up for you and you'd like to ask another question, we can then circle back to you once everyone's had a chance. And we'll also have staff put names of upcoming speakers into the chat so that participants can see when they're coming up in the queue. So once you are called on, you'll receive a notification to unmute yourself, and we'll lower your hand for you as well. So, and then just a reminder, you can continue to submit questions via the Q&A while they're being asked verbally as well. All right, so let's go out to Regina Chicazola. You should get a notification to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, I appreciate this today, and there's a lot of charts that were shown, but I was wondering if there's analysis and modeling for fish production specifically and survival expectations by fish type. And I did have a follow-up question, but I don't want to be confusing. It's like related, but so I guess I'll just stop it there. But yes, I'm looking for analysis and modeling of fish production and survival expectations by fish type for the different alternatives, because I'm trying to figure out how we will lead to fisheries doubling.
Okay, I think we can take a few, and then we'll walk through some answers to those.
Sorry, Diane, you had a little bit of echo going on. Did you say continue hearing questions and then answer?
We can hear just a few, and then while we get organized on responses.
Okay, great. So Regina will come back to answering your question after we hear.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I was wondering real quickly then, because my other question is related, and since we're not answering it right now, maybe I can just say it, and then when it comes back around, that would be get it answered, because since it's like really similar. I was just wondering also if there's any where in the report we can find what the critical tributary flows are for the different alternatives, just because I don't know where we look to see where how the tributaries are going to be factored in. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Regina. So we'll go next. It looks like John Rosenfield put his hand down right now, so we'll go to Gary Bobker next.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to step out for a little bit, so if this was discussed already, you can just slap me on the hand. But do you address the issue of if some parties to the VA proceed with the VA and others don't? What does that mean in terms of both the analysis that you've done here as to the impacts of the VA vis-a-vis a full VA versus a partial VA, and how that fits in and then secondly, how a partial VA would fit into as a mode or a nodule or whatever you're calling it onto the flow alternatives, and again, what that would mean for the effects analysis. I also think it raises a number of questions about how that's implemented, but it sounds like a lot of that governance stuff is not contained, in the report yet. So my main focus here is really on the assumption that we're talking about this VA is not correct and it's part of a VA. What does that mean for the analysis and for any issues regarding implementation of the flow alternatives? Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Maybe we'll take one more while we get ourselves organized.
Okay, great. So let's go to Denise Louie next.
Hello. Yes, my question has to do with the ecosystem, which is in such a sad state that in a recent survey, no delta smelt were found, where there were once in abundance, and they are an indicator of the overall health of the ecosystem. So the question is it possible for the board to somehow institute emergency measures without having to wait for approval of voluntary agreements or updates to the plan? Thank you.
Okay, I did answer that question earlier, and the answer is if you're speaking of an emergency regulation, if we have the authority to do that and the criteria are met, then that is a possibility, and that is something, you're welcome to make comments on as you submit your written comments, but we would need to meet the criteria for adopting emergency regulations, including, compliance with CEQA and other requirements. So it's a possibility. However, there are these significant procedural aspects of moving forward with emergency regulations that would need to be addressed first.
Okay.
Or suspension of those provisions, which has occurred during the drought, in which CEQA, the requirements for CEQA documentation were suspended, and other provisions to allow for quick adoption of emergency regulations.
Oh, thank you.
I'll go ahead and answer Gary's question. The assumption under the staff proposal related to the voluntary agreements is that voluntary agreements, there would be a regulatory pathway that would apply for regions that are not participating in the voluntary agreements. And that would be consistent with the proposed plan amendments. So the 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow and the cold water habitat provisions. As Gary indicated, we haven't worked out the details of how exactly this would work yet, but that's conceptually what's proposed as part of the staff proposal. I will be clear that that isn't necessarily what the voluntary agreements parties are proposing. It's the regulatory backstop that staff have identified as a proposal under the voluntary agreements alternative that was analyzed. And then I'll turn over to Matt to respond to Regina's question.
Sorry, having a hard time getting to the right window for my mute button. So Regina asked whether there's analysis of modeling of fish production and survival expectations by fish type for different alternatives. So we did not, by and large, use production models like life cycle models for salmon and other anadromous species. What we did evaluate were potential changes in abundance indices for estuarine species, for example, longfin smelt, bay shrimp, starry flounder. And those results can be found in Chapter 3 and for the flow scenarios, and in Chapter 9 for the VA. We also included an analysis of the frequency with which various flow thresholds that are associated with improved survival and abundance of various species are achieved under the different scenarios. And those analyses can also be found in Chapter 3. And again, that's 314. This is related to the answer that I provided to an earlier question about the minimum required delta outflow analysis. So in section 314 of Chapter 3, and also in Chapter 9, I think 9.6, those frequencies of exceeding those flow thresholds are analyzed in those contexts. But by and large, we do not have like life cycle model results in the staff report. There's the second part of that question was whether critical tributary flow levels were analyzed. On the tributaries, we assessed a percent of unimpaired flow requirement from each tributary. And so those, I don't believe that those flow requirements as numerical values are laid out in the staff report explicitly. They are in the SACWAM model, and this is probably something that would be best followed up on in the modeling workshop or in a further inquiry through email. Yeah, that's the information I can provide on that question, and happy to take follow-ups if it come back around.
Thanks, Matt. I'll take some additional questions that are coming or came in the chat. So there's a question about whether the program of implementation is proposed to achieve the salmon doubling objective. Collectively, the actions identified in the program of implementation are intended to achieve all of the objectives in the Bay Delta Plan. Those will include actions that the State Water Board will take and actions that other entities will take and actions that the board would take together. So that is the proposal that we're attempting to achieve those objectives. Then there's a question of how the peer review comments on the supplemental scientific basis report for the voluntary agreements will be incorporated. It depends on what those comments are. If there are comments that necessitate changes to the scientific basis report, then those changes would be made to the scientific basis report, and that would be available to the public once those changes were made. So we will review those comments very carefully and make any needed updates to the scientific basis report before it is finalized. Then there's a question as to whether the flow and viability objective are narrative. So under the proposed voluntary agreements, they are proposing a new narrative viability objective that is only proposed as part of the voluntary agreements. And it is narrative. The numeric components, again, are proposed implementation actions, as are the habitat restoration actions. Then I'll also note that there are narrative and numeric components to the proposed plan amendments and the low and high flow alternatives. The numeric and narrative are combined under the proposed objectives. Those are described in Chapter 5 of the draft staff report. They have a similar intent to the viability objective proposed by the VA parties to identify the intended outcomes for protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. There's a question about whether the board has defined viability. The board has described in the scientific basis report the attributes that would represent viability. So I wouldn't call it a specific definition, but we've identified literature that has provided explanation of what viability represents. I think I answered this one. Then there's questions about how viability is being evaluated. This draft staff, the scientific basis reports and the draft staff report include the evaluations that we're conducting to evaluate the benefits and impacts of the various alternatives, including indicators of viability. So I think that's where you find that information. There is a question about commercial and recreational fisheries as a beneficial use in the plan. There is evaluation of commercial and recreational fisheries, largely fall run Chinook salmon, that's included in the draft staff report. We welcome input on whether there's additional analyses that we should be including in the report. I think I'll turn it back. There's a question identified for Nicole. I'll turn it back to her. I look through some of these others.
All right, thanks, Diane. Was kind of fumbling for my mute button there, but I got to it. Okay, so there was a question about the staff report assumptions about non-flow measures under the proposed plan amendments, and essentially like how were non-flow measures under the proposed plan amendments evaluated in the staff report. So the proposed plan amendments, as well as the low and high flow alternatives, provide a framework that would allow stakeholders to implement complementary ecosystem projects in addition to flow requirements, and actions that other entities could take that would contribute toward achieving the overall goal of improving conditions for fish and wildlife in the Sacramento Delta watershed. So those types of actions include physical habitat restoration projects, as well as predation and invasive species control measures. The narrative cold water habitat objective would also address tributary specific temperature needs by requiring that cold water flows from reservoirs be maintained and timed to provide for downstream temperatures to protect salmon at critical times of the year, or alternate protective measures would be implemented to protect fish. So the cold water habitat objective could be implemented in part through certain construction projects, such as reservoir temperature management facilities or fish passage facilities. And these types of habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects are described and analyzed in section 7.21 in the staff report. There are a couple of other questions here that I can respond to next, or continue to respond. Okay, great. There was a question about kind of the groundwater bookends used in the environmental analysis, and essentially why is the staff report looking at kind of a worst case scenario as far as groundwater pumping, and not a more likely scenario, considering that local areas will be complying with SGMA and other kinds of regulations. So the two bookends that were considered as far as groundwater pumping were a no replacement groundwater pumping assumption, where essentially groundwater use would be similar to existing conditions and not an increase. And we also considered a maximum replacement groundwater pumping condition in which groundwater pumping could increase in the future to replace reduced surface water supplies. And the likely future condition would be somewhere in between a maximum replacement condition and no replacement groundwater pumping. So that should capture a range of possible future conditions. We also had a question. Sorry, Diane, did you want to add something to that?
Oh, no, go for it.
All right. We also had a question about the scope of the geographic scope of the environmental analysis in the staff report. And in particular, there was a question about how impacts were analyzed in extended service areas outside of the Sacramento Delta watershed, such as in CVP and SWP south of Delta service areas. So our staff report does acknowledge that surface water from the Sacramento Delta watershed is used within the Sacramento Delta watershed and delivered to and used in other areas of the state. And a larger study area is defined in the staff report to provide context for total water supplies and to ensure that the environmental and economic impacts are addressed comprehensively. So those geographic regions outside of the Sacramento Delta watershed include the Bay Area, the Central Coast, the San Joaquin Valley, and Southern California. And the environmental analysis does consider that there may be environmental impacts and economic effects in those other areas of the state. All right, I will turn it over to Matt, I believe, to answer the next question.
Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, so we received a question asking about the cold water narrative objective and asking if we've done any quantitative analysis regarding the feasibility of managing tributary temperatures under the 55% of unimpaired flow scenario. So we did perform quantitative analysis regarding effects of temperature, effects on temperature criteria on the Sacramento, Feather, and American rivers. So essentially, there are several criteria for different life stages and different locations on those three tributaries. And we performed modeling with HEC5Q, with a HEC5Q temperature model that's based on a model that was developed for reclamations planning purposes. And we assessed the changes to temperatures that might impact fish species at those times and locations. So that analysis can be found in aquatic biological resources and surface water quality sections of Chapter 7, as well as Appendix A6 for the proposed plan amendments and alternatives, and Chapter 9 and Appendix G3E for the voluntary agreements. The assessments for tributaries other than the Sacramento, Feather, and American were qualitative, but there is substantial analysis in the staff report, specifically in aquatic resources regarding the entire plan area. And I think I'm going to pass it off to OCC to take a couple of questions. Tina or Sam?
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Samantha Olson. I'm one of the attorneys assisting the Division of Water Rights on this project. We got a procedural question about Water Code Section 13244. So I thought I'd just briefly go over the procedure. So when the state board promulgates a water quality control plan, it's under 13170, which incorporates the regional board provisions in 13240 through 13244. So we will be following those. And as far as the noticing for the substitute environmental document in the staff report, we're following California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 3779. So hopefully that answers the question. Of course, there will be a public hearing and notice before any adoption of this plan. And then there was another question about 13241 factors. Let me just find it really quick. Port of Cologne, reasonable protection of competing beneficial uses, and does that include quantification of economic and water supply impacts among different alternatives? So the board has to consider several factors that Nicole has already gone over. Those are listed in Water Code Section 13241, and that includes, beneficial uses of water. I think, and of course, we're considering impacts to those. We've been talking about it for changes in water supply and things like that. We also have a huge economic section and evaluation in both Chapter 9 and Chapter 8. But it's important to note that in balancing competing uses, that we are looking at the water quality to serve the beneficial uses. And so it doesn't necessarily require a quantification of amounts of water for consumptive beneficial uses, but you'll find throughout the staff report evaluations on municipal use, agricultural use, refuge supply, and things like that. So hopefully that's helpful and answers that question. And thanks for the good discussion today. It's really important to a large staff report, so I'm glad that you're asking questions. We want to make sure people can get into the staff report and understand. We hope that it is I think it was staff's intention to have an honest disclosure document to facilitate what is a very important public planning process moving forward. So keep the questions coming and hopefully we're answering them for you.
Yeah, thank you, Samantha. I'll take it over for a couple more questions, and I think I'll do that, and then we'll organize ourselves in the meantime. There are some questions about how the VAs and regulatory pathway would work together. If you have some tributaries that are subject to the regulatory pathway and some that are subject to the voluntary agreements. The details of that, I think, need to be further developed in the proposed program of implementation. Conceptually, the idea is if a region isn't covered by a voluntary agreement, would be subject to the percent of unimpaired flow, but that would be complex. We acknowledge that's the case, and we acknowledge that the details of that would need to be worked out. And this is another area where we welcome comments on ideas for how that should work. There is a question about whether the board has or would consider revisiting the existing salmon doubling objective. It's not currently part of the noticed process to update the Bay Delta plan. It's not to say that it couldn't happen in the future, but it's not currently part of the current process to update the Bay Delta plan. Let's see. It's a question about how narrative standards for fish are portioned among different portions of the Bay Delta watershed. The narrative inflow objectives, well, it depends on the alternative. For the proposed plan amendments, the narrative inflow objectives are intended to apply on all of the salmon-bearing tributaries to the Sacramento Delta watershed. So it isn't necessarily an apportionment. It's broadly applicable. I think it's a similar case for the voluntary agreements, but the voluntary agreements are obviously focused on the voluntary agreement regions and tributaries, so might be viewed more narrowly. That is probably another issue that should be better fleshed out in the development of the program of implementation. There's a question about how the voluntary agreements work with contributions and financial issues, et cetera. I refer people to Appendix G and the voluntary agreements package. I know the staff report is very long and complex. That is a pretty well succinct set of information that you can find the details on how the VAs are proposed to work together. They're also the VA parties are proposing to provide a draft funding plan by the end of the year, which will provide additional information. Similarly, there's some questions about voluntary agreements and habitat restoration. Again, I refer parties to Appendix G and the description of those resources. With that, I think we can turn it back to hand raises.
We don't have any hands currently up in the participant list. So just a reminder, you can use the raise hand function to indicate that you'd like to speak. If you're on the phone, you can press *9. And we'll call in.
Hey, this is Nicole. I just wanted to identify that we are still answering the questions and that have been provided in the Q&A. And if there aren't any hand raises right now, I can respond to another one of these questions. Okay. So we received a question about our cumulative impacts analysis and how the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, is considered or evaluated in the cumulative impacts analysis. So cumulative water supply impacts from SGMA are addressed in section 7.23 of our staff report. That is the cumulative impacts section. Implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, could restrict the amount of groundwater available for agricultural and municipal water uses. And as discussed in that section, while groundwater sustainability plans manage basins in a variety of ways, some plans do implement groundwater demand management measures. And this could result in cumulative impacts on water supply. Setting precise numbers for the amount of reduced water supply that may be attributable to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is speculative. But there is additional discussion about this topic in the cumulative impact section. We also had a question about mitigation measures, and essentially, is the State Water Board assigning mitigation measures to outside third parties? And the answer is no. The environmental analyses in the staff report identify that some mitigation measures are within the State Water Board's jurisdiction, and the State Water Board can ensure that those mitigation activities are completed. Some of those mitigation activities relate to State Water Board permitting or discretionary kinds of decisions. But other mitigation measures are largely within the jurisdiction and control of other agencies or depend on how water users respond to the project. And the State Water Board cannot guarantee that mitigation will always be implemented to fully mitigate impacts. And that's one of the reasons that we do identify a number of potentially significant impacts in our staff report that we acknowledge could be the impacts could be reduced to less than significant levels if mitigation was implemented, but the State Water Board cannot guarantee that mitigation will always be applied fully. And I think I will turn it back over to Diane. I am still not seeing any hand raises. So feel free to raise a hand if you would like to ask a question. And we are still, again, going through some more Q&A questions.
Yeah, I'm looking through the questions that we've gotten in the chat and trying to make sure that we've covered them. I did want to acknowledge we have paraphrased the questions to broadly cover actual questions that we got. There's some questions / comments, etc. We're answering the questions versus things that are look more like comments, and we're lumping them with other issues. If you have a question that you don't think was answered, when we get to the end of going through this, which I think we're nearly there, you can raise your hand again and we can make sure that we're responding to that question. Or there's also been some questions on unrelated processes, like specific to specific water conservation activities and such. We're really focusing on the questions related to the draft staff report for the update to the Bay Delta plan. So we're not necessarily addressing some of the questions / comments that are sort of in the outside of the realm of the draft staff report. There were some follow-up questions on the Trinity River. I did want to clarify, I think it's stated in this comment that I identified that there would be reduced impacts to the Trinity from the high and low flow alternatives. That's not what I said. I think what we're saying is we would include provisions if we were to adopt the proposed plan amendments or the low or high flow alternatives to ensure that there were not redirected impacts to the Trinity River system from any new flow requirements on the Sacramento River system. And there are some more detailed questions about where to find the Trinity River modeling. Matt can help with that. We can maybe respond via email to where to find that information and make sure that we're answering any questions that you have on that. But I'll briefly refer to Appendix G3A. for the VA analyses that are being requested, but happy to follow up if there's more details on Trinity that would like to be discussed.
Yeah, and I can just add that on doing a text search for Trinity in G3A and Appendix A1, you will find results for Trinity storage and flow below Lewiston.
Thanks, Matt. Otherwise, there's questions about specific habitat restoration projects. And I don't know. Yeah, there isn't, the information that's in the VA package today is what we have. There may be additional information that's forthcoming on that, but that's what's currently available about in the habitat restoration projects.
There's another question I could take while you're.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we had a question regarding whether potential surface and groundwater and agricultural impacts of necessary temperature operations of reservoirs, including Shasta, are reflected in the impact analyses, particularly during dry years and extended droughts. And the answer to that question is that changes to surface water supply, resulting agricultural impacts, and potential impacts to groundwater from replacement pumping are assessed in the impact analysis. Much of the water supply reduction observed in the flow scenarios is associated with the constraints placed on reservoir operations consistent with maintaining cold water storage. Thus, the analysis does account for all of these effects. I do want to say, however, there's potential flexibility for a range of management actions, so the analysis is conservative and considers a wide range of possible outcomes.
Thanks, Matt. I'll take a few more. There's a question about comments on the voluntary agreements and how those comments can be submitted. There are two opportunities for comments at this point. Well, actually, several. There are comments on the draft staff report, so parties can submit comments on the analyses and draft staff report, as well as the voluntary agreements proposal, either orally at the hearings that are occurring later in November and December, or in writing by the written public comment due date. In addition, as I've identified before, after we've received the additional voluntary agreements products, we will be developing proposed changes to the program of implementation that will provide another opportunity to make comments on voluntary agreement products. Those are the identified opportunities at this point in time. We may, as needed, add additional opportunities for public comments, but there will be, between these two public comment periods, the opportunity to review all of the voluntary agreement products and how they're incorporated or not into the Bay Delta Plan and comment on that. There's a question about would the proposed plan amendments, and I'm not sure this question's not entirely clear, but would the proposed plan amendments modify the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan? We're not contemplating any updates to the lower San Joaquin River flow objectives or Southern Delta salinity objectives or their program of implementation as part of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. However, we are anticipating another version of the plan that includes the additional Sacramento Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan. So after we're done with those updates, which we're anticipating for the end of 2024, we'd have a 2024 Bay Delta Plan that would bring together both the San Joaquin and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. There's another question on baseline and identifying that. So the baseline, while we issued the notice of preparation in 2012, the baseline, as I explained and Matt explained, was updated to reflect current conditions. And the reason that we did that was to tried to make sure that we were not underestimating the impacts of the proposed plan amendments, particularly with relationship to the fall delta outflow requirements that have been removed from the biological opinions or modified, and we're not anticipating a reversion back to the conditions that exist, regulatory conditions that existed in 2012. So we did update those provisions. It's very similar to the 2008-2009 biological opinions condition, but it has been updated. So it's reflective of current conditions. There are some specific provisions related to Sigma. We welcome comments if you think that there's something that we didn't get right with respect to our Sigma assumptions. So yeah, please provide comments on that if you think there's something we should be updating. There's a question as to whether the final staff report will attempt to incorporate changing biological opinion requirements. As identified in the proposed plan amendments, there is the potential incorporation of interior delta flow and fall delta outflow provisions that are also included in biological opinions and incidental take permits. There's also proposed flexibility, understanding that the biological opinions and incidental take permit are currently under review and modification. There's also an alternative in which the board would not include those provisions in the update to the Bay Delta plan. So it's unclear at this point exactly what direction the board will be going with the with incorporation of interior delta flow and fall delta outflow provisions that are similar to what's included in biological opinions and incidental take permits. That's a decision that will be, again, part of that process to develop the actual regulatory language for proposed changes to the Bay Delta plan, and the board could make a variety of decisions. And in addition, the voluntary agreements would not include incorporation of those provisions into the Bay Delta plan.
We do have a hand up here from Alice Towie. We want to go ahead and answer their question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for running this session. And I know it's exhausting to go through all these comments, so I really appreciate it. I was wondering if you could maybe just talk a little bit more about the modular alternatives and how they were analyzed, and maybe particularly how they would be applied. For example, is it possible that you would apply more than one modular alternative? Would you consider applying those to the voluntary agreement? Just having a little bit more understanding about how those might work, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I can go ahead and address that. The modular alternatives are described in the draft staff report. Not all of the modules apply to all of the alternatives. So with respect to the voluntary agreements, there is a modular alternative for protecting the base upon which the VA flows ride and the VA flows. That's modular alternative 6A. That would apply to the VAs. There are also modular alternatives for drought circumstances that could occur with the voluntary agreements as well. There's a water sharing provision that would require all water users to reduce their use during drought circumstances. And there is a term 91, like for those that don't know what term 91 is, it's an existing water right requirement on more junior water users that requires them to reduce or cease their diversions in order to provide for the existing Bay Delta plan flow requirements to be met while avoiding the need for DWR and reclamation to release previously stored water to meet those standards. So it protects the project's previously stored water as well as protecting in-stream flows to meet the existing Bay Delta Plan flow requirements, including the 2018 updates. So that could be applied with any of those two drought-related alternatives could be applied with any of the alternatives. Then there's a set of interior delta flow alternatives that would only apply to the proposed plan amendments or low and high flow alternatives. As I mentioned previously, there's an alternative that would remove the interior delta flow and fall delta outflow provisions of the proposed plan amendments from that alternative or the low and high flow alternative. So it would effectively be removing a portion of those alternatives. Then there are two other alternatives that we evaluated in response to scoping comments that would look at extending export constraints over a broader period. Currently, those export constraints apply in April and May. It would extend those export constraints from February through June. And then lastly, there is another alternative, again, that was derived out of scoping comments related to installation of a barrier at the head of Old River to prevent San Joaquin migrating salmonids from migrating into the interior delta and being subject to impacts from the export facilities. So none of these alternatives is at this time proposed to be incorporated into any of the other alternatives. They're being evaluated for consideration purposes. The decision as to whether to incorporate any of them into the direction the board moves forward with will again occur as part of that public process that occurs next year. But, we welcome comments on whether parties believe any of those alternatives should be removed from consideration or should be added to another alternative and considered. Some of them, and then in summary, I'll just say some of the modular alternatives can work together. Some of them cannot because they're mutually exclusive of one another, like these interior delta flow constraints. And some are only some would only apply to the VAs and some would only apply to the proposed plan amendments or low and high flow alternatives, and some could apply to all of them. But at this point, again, none of them is proposed. They're all just concepts that could be added to another alternative. They're not standalone alternatives. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you.
Let's see if there's more questions in the chat. There are some questions about the proposed plan amendments and low and high flow alternatives and the adaptive implementation methods for those. Again, those are going to be identified in more detail. They're described in the draft staff report and will be identified in more detail as part of the planning process later next year. So we welcome public comments on that and welcome public comments now on details that parties believe we should be identifying for those measures. So that makes sense. I wonder, it looks like, are there more, Matt or Nicole? Looks like maybe there's one for each of you.
Yeah, there's one that I'm working on a little bit right now. Nicole, if you're ready to take one, then I can be ready pretty soon.
Yeah, that sounds good. We received a question about how other water infrastructure projects, proposed water infrastructure projects, such as Sites Reservoir, are considered in the staff report. And new and modified facilities, such as new or modified reservoirs or points of diversion and other similar types of water infrastructure projects are discussed and evaluated in a few different sections of the staff report. First, Section 7.22 addresses actions that entities may take that would involve construction to build or modify new facilities and infrastructure to supplement or conserve surface water supplies. In addition, Section 7.23, which is contains the cumulative impacts analysis, also considers other water supply projects to develop, construct, or modify dams, reservoirs, water conveyance systems and facilities, as well as new groundwater wells and new or changed points of diversion. That analysis in the cumulative analysis identifies that new water supply projects could enhance California's water resiliency if designed and operated in a manner that does not exacerbate existing pressures on the Delta ecosystem. But there could be some cumulative effects on surface water hydrology and water quality, aquatic biological resources, agricultural resources, and utilities. And Matt, I'm not sure if you're ready to take another question or if there are others that we want to cover.
I was, but I think Diane might want to take this one. I'm not sure. This is the question regarding flow requirements.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can take that unless.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Okay. So we received a question asking where we can find the numeric objective for delta outflow and delta inflow and inflow-based outflow numeric objectives. So as I stated earlier, the actual time series of the flow requirements are not included in the text of the staff report. The formulation of these flow requirements is described in section A1.1.5 of Appendix A1. The flow requirement time series can be accessed from within SAC-WAM, and the specific equations that formulate them can be accessed from within SAC-WAM. I appreciate that that's not straightforward for everyone to do, so staff can be contacted at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov for assistance with that. But briefly, and we'll describe how we formulated these requirements. So essentially, first we model unimpaired flow throughout the model domain, full unimpaired flow, turn off all of the diversions to storage and surface water diversions to get the flow, the 100% of unimpaired flow at the various locations throughout the watershed. Those values are then scaled by whatever the corresponding percentage is, 35, 45, 55, et cetera, to obtain the flow requirement at a given location. And because unimpaired flow is estimated by the model at these valley floor locations where the flow requirements are included, accretions and depletions are accounted for in these estimates within the precision of the model. The delta outflow requirement, the inflow-based outflow requirement, is formulated similarly, but it uses baseline required flow at Vernalis in place of an unimpaired flow from the San Joaquin watershed. In implementation, the requirement would be formulated to account for any future required flow from the San Joaquin watershed. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. It's a much more thorough answer than I was going to provide, so thank you. Nicole, I don't know if you want to take this, I don't know, additional question for you.
Sure. Sorry there, fumbling for my mute button a little bit. We had a question about how hatchery fish are evaluated in the staff report, and the proposed plan amendments and proposed VAs would not require changes to hatchery operations. So that largely, yeah, I think isn't really a part of the environmental analysis because there would not be expected changes to hatchery operations. That's largely within the jurisdiction of other agencies such as CDFW.
Okay, I think, Molly, we can go to additional questions in the chat or hand raises if there are any more.
We've had a couple folks raise their hand and then lower them. I'm not sure if Tracy Sheehan or Chandra Shilmakuri still wants to ask a question. If you want to put your hand up. Oh, there you are, Chandra. Go ahead.
Thank you, Molly. I also added it in the Q&A, but I just wanted to follow up with what Matt explained in regards to the unimpaired outflow requirement. I was just curious how the responsibility to meet those requirements have been modeled and assigned to different water users.
I could try to take this off the cuff. So the responsibility within the model is assigned based on the priorities of the demands for diversion and the water, the in-stream flow requirements. So as a practical matter, at the end of the day, the delta outflow requirements are included in the coordinated operations agreement logic. And so the projects do bear the final responsibility for meeting those flow requirements. However, the percent of unimpaired inflow requirements from each of the non-project tributaries as well as the project tributaries should result in those flows being present. And so essentially the responsibility that falls on the projects is to bypass the percent of unimpaired flow that has been provided from those tributaries. However, there are limitations to how you can't exactly color water in SACWAM beyond the sort of priority levels that are built into the model. So, it's handled by within each watershed. The responsibility is basically allocated among the users in that watershed, and then at the scale of the entire system, in the end, it's accounted for in the coordinated operations agreement logic.
Thank you, Matt. Just quick follow-up. In determining the requirement, you assume that in the delta, there would be only 1/3 of the existing demands.
Yes.
So when actually implementing it, did you assume that the deliveries to in-delta users would be limited to 1/3 as well?
Sorry, could you repeat that last part of the question?
Did you reduce the in-delta demands to the same level as what you were assuming in determining the actual requirement itself?
In the flow scenarios, no. I mean, I guess a couple points. The timing of the flow requirement and the timing of the largest flow requirements and the timing of consumptive use, peak consumptive use, I guess, they sort of start to overlap in the April through June period. And so in those times, there may be circumstances when, depending on the assignment of responsibility, Delta users may bear some of that responsibility. It was not modeled that way. Delta consumptive use used the Delta channel depletions model. Except in instances of extremely high demands in some of the percent unimpaired flow scenarios for delta outflow, like the 75% scenario, for example, those delta demands were typically not shorted.
Thank you.
All right, we have another hand up from Greg Reese in the participants list. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So not to get too much into the modeling, since there will be the modeling workshop, but I'm wondering if you, Matt, your explanations are very helpful, and I'm wondering if you could also explain the ANN blinding, the reason for the use of that on the VA flows, and the other part of the question is how, any thoughts on how that might be actually implemented?
Okay, so the first part of the question with regard to ANN blinding, and for those listening who are not Greg or Chandra, probably just to back up a little bit, what ANN blinding refers to is SACWAM, like CalSim, uses something called an artificial neural network that's based on a series of DSM-2 runs to relate delta flows to water quality so that it can evaluate what flows are needed to meet water quality standards in the Delta. So in the VA, the reason for ANN blinding, and so by ANN blinding, it means we tell the ANN you don't see these VA flows. And the reason for that is that the voluntary agreement flow assets are not intended to relieve the projects of any of their responsibility for meeting water quality standards, for existing water quality standards. And so that ANN blinding was included in the model to reflect that assumption that the VA in implementation would include accounting designed to prevent the VA flows from being used to meet existing water quality standards. The details of that in implementation are going to be challenging, and the flow accounting is one of the areas that I understand the VA parties are continuing to work on the details of. Was there a part of the question that I missed, Greg, or did that cover it?
That's great. Thanks.
No problem.
Are there additional hand raises, Molly?
No, there are none right now.
Okay. Unless, Tina, I don't know if you want to circle back on the Sigma question. We could do that. Otherwise, I think that we've gone through, unless Matt or Nicole disagree, I think we've gone through all the questions we've gotten in the chat.
Diane, I think there are a few more that have come in pretty
Oh,
recently.
about that. Oh, I see them now.
If you want to, Diane, I could take the question on Sigma really quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so there was a question about incorporating Sigma into the baseline, and I think there's a lot of confusion as to what that would actually mean. So the analysis in the staff report, for the purposes of looking at water supply and groundwater pumping, it makes a very conservative analysis for the part of the agricultural analysis of no replacement, bookends of replacement and no replacement of groundwater. And so the question is, why wouldn't we incorporate Sigma in a baseline? And the answer is because that would be purely speculative. So there's sort of a mistaken notion that Sigma is somehow a moratorium on groundwater pumping, which it is not. So groundwater sustainability agencies, those local agencies that have adopted groundwater sustainability plans, they actually have a variety of programs and management actions, from pumping reductions in some places, not in all places, to groundwater recharge. And those plans can change over time, considering maybe what might happen under future conditions. So it would be purely speculative for us to make some sort of assumption about what a Sigma baseline looks like, considering that we can't predict what groundwater sustainability agencies will do over the 20-year implementation of Sigma.
Thanks, Tina. It looks like there's a few questions for Nicole. Nicole, are you ready for those?
Yes, I am. All right, so we had a question about if the staff report considers current conditions and management of winter run Chinook salmon and spring run Chinook salmon. And broadly, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan is intended to provide for reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So, including these and other fish populations. There are some benefits analyses presented in the staff report, including in chapters 3 and 9, that include some analyses for spring run and winter run Chinook salmon, as well as some other salmon populations and other species. The environmental impacts analyses also consider effects on fish and wildlife beneficial uses, including but not limited to winter run Chinook salmon and spring run Chinook salmon. We also had a question about consideration of potential drinking water impacts on economically disadvantaged communities from reduced water supplies, and whether or not that's something the staff report considers. And broadly, the answer is yes, the draft staff report does consider potential drinking water impacts on economically disadvantaged communities. And there are some relevant discussions in our groundwater and utilities sections, both in chapters 7 and chapter 9 of the staff report. We also have a chapter 10, that is focused on economically disadvantaged communities. And that chapter provides an overview of DACs and their water supplies. And it incorporates information from several other sections and chapters to discuss possible effects of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan on DACs. So that chapter may be of interest to the person who submitted that question.
Thanks, Nicole. Maybe I'll take one. There's a question about how the staff report evaluates water right curtailment, similar to the curtailments of the past 2 droughts during future droughts. So the specifics of those, the drought-related curtailments that we undertook during prior droughts, I think are to some degree inherent in the proposed plan amendments and the low and high flow alternatives. It would require diverters to reduce use, which could be in the form of a curtailment, in order to achieve the identified % of unimpaired flow. So it would require curtailments to occur for a different purpose than what occurred during the prior droughts. During the prior droughts, diverters were curtailed when water was not available at their priority of right. And those curtailments allocated all of the water in the system. It didn't identify any additional water that would remain in stream. So these would be, this would require some water to be left in stream depending upon what flow level was identified. So a potentially similar concept. We haven't determined exactly what mechanisms we would use to protect that flow, but it's very possible it could be in the form of a curtailment, and that curtailment would require not only reductions and diversions to avoid parties from diverting outside of their priority, but also to provide for protection of the identified flow level under the various alternatives. So I think that answers that question. There's a couple more for Nicole and Matt. I'll maybe let them decide who would like to go first.
I can take one of these if that works, Matt. There was a question about our assumptions regarding reductions in irrigated acreage, and the basically we've identified a conservative assumption that could equate to permanent conversion of important farmland to non-agricultural use. So essentially, the CEQA checklist questions related to agricultural resources ask if the project would result in conversion of prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance. Together, that would be important farmland to non-agricultural use. And in our analysis, we have a conservative threshold of significance to capture the importance of agriculture as a resource in California. For our analysis, all irrigated agriculture is used as a proxy for important farmland. In addition, the analysis assumes that any reduction in irrigated crop acreage is important farmland converted to non-agricultural use, and which would represent a potentially significant impact. This is a very conservative assumption since actual conversion relies on many factors. Tina, I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to add to that one. If not, that's definitely fine too.
No, I was just going to say that's absolutely correct, Nicole, that, you know, it is a very conservative assumption. And by that means we're taking sort of a worst case scenario, because the actual conversion of farmland, you know, often relies on things like proximity to currently developed areas and other factors.
There's a question about tribal beneficial uses. I think I can probably handle this one. There's a question if tribal beneficial uses are included in the Bay Delta Plan, will flow criteria be developed in subsequent Bay Delta Plan updates? What's under consideration at this point, and I'll let Tina or Samantha elaborate on this if necessary, is the addition of the tribal beneficial use definitions, not the actual designation at this time. What we've heard input from the tribes to date has been that one of their primary concerns is the protection of ecosystem processes and salmonids. That is also the purpose of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. So for purposes of protecting tribal beneficial uses that are consistent with ecosystem protection, the objectives that we're considering now are intended to provide for those protections for both tribal beneficial uses and subsistence fishing beneficial uses, as well as for the fish and wildlife beneficial uses. To the extent that there are other tribal beneficial use needs related to water quality or specific constituents, then those would be evaluated as part of the Regional Water Quality Control Board processes to designate stream segments for tribal beneficial uses and determine water quality objectives needed to protect those beneficial uses. So I'll see if Tina or Samantha want to add anything further to that, but I think that's the general answer.
Yeah, I think you got it. I was hoping to circle back on your discussion of the modular alternatives, and I just wanted to chime in and talk a little bit about the broad nature of this document. I know that we're throwing a lot of alternatives at the public and stakeholders, and there's a lot to evaluate, but I wanted to point out that this really is a rulemaking and a large public planning process. And so our CEQA analysis is a diligent effort at disclosure, and we think we've got enough in there to adequately disclose environmental impacts for all these alternatives, but it really is attempting to facilitate the planning process. And it's not like your typical CEQA where we're going to build a building on streets X and Y. So I just wanted to put that out there. And it's not your typical CEQA document in that we want to leave a lot of flexibility and options open for the board as it moves through this process. So I just wanted to make sure I circled back on that. And those modules are meant to facilitate a discussion on the planning of this very important resource. So thank you.
Matt or Nicole, are there any additional questions that you haven't answered that you want to answer now?
Sure. There was a question about Sigma's sustainability, or I guess Sigma and sustainable yield management of basins and how that was considered in the staff report. Sigma is discussed in section 7.23 of the staff report. That's the cumulative impact section. Essentially, it's acknowledged that or discussed that implementation of Sigma could have some additional water supply reductions that could result in some additional impacts. But setting precise numbers for the amount of reduced water supply that may be attributable to Sigma is speculative. So there is not a specific number identified to quantify that. And if OCC would like to add anything to that, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, so the question was framed as if there's some sort of precise sustainability goal for Sigma, and each basin has its one or more groundwater sustainability plans, and those basins attempt to manage their groundwater sort of in a band that they would consider sustainable, and how they are able to manage within that band, as was stated earlier, would depend upon their projects and management actions. Those project and management actions vary, and as was also previously stated, they can change based on future conditions in the 20-year implementation horizon of Sigma. So, any further assumptions regarding that would be purely speculative. Thanks.
I think I can take the next question. There's a question about fish benefits under the different alternatives and how they will be considered. The fish benefits are largely assessed in the scientific basis reports, both the 2017 scientific basis report and the 2023 scientific basis report that's included. They're both included with the draft staff report. There are additional analyses in the draft staff report as well that evaluate flow abundance relationships, expected improvements in habitat that support native fish species, temperature related effects. There are a number of those. Those will be compared. There's also, in addition to the quantitative evaluations included in the draft staff report, there are qualitative evaluations identified in the draft staff report, evaluating the potential benefits of the various alternatives. In addition, there are the various impact assessments looking at water supply related impacts to agriculture, municipal uses, and other purposes. The board will consider all of that information when determining what proposal to move forward with and how to balance the various beneficial uses of water. There's no specific formula for determining what reasonable balancing of protections of beneficial use of water look like. That's something the public is free to provide input on, and I'm sure will be a big topic of discussion during the board's consideration process. But all of the information in the draft staff report and the scientific basis reports will be part of that consideration process, as well as the public comments received on the draft staff report and the draft proposed changes to the Bay Delta plan. We may have, are there any other questions we haven't gotten to?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. There is one swap question. And I think I can take it, and then if there's a need for follow-up, maybe come back to it. So the question is whether the SWAP model captures potential cumulative effects across multiple drought years, or is it it's still limited to a 1-year window. So just for context, SWAP is intended, and that's the statewide agricultural production model, is intended to capture a long-term planning horizon by estimating cropping patterns that maximize revenue subject to available water supplies. So accordingly, the draft staff report includes assessment of average year and dry year water supplies, both of those assessments for SWAP. The dry year evaluation essentially assumes drought conditions throughout the entire planning horizon. And so it is an assessment of longer term effects of dry conditions on cropping patterns. That's it for that one, unless there's a need for follow-up.
Diane, I think you're muted if you're talking. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I was just saying, I think that we've made it through the written questions. If someone believes their question wasn't addressed, they can raise their hand, or if there's any additional questions, we can take those now or continue to take questions to the chat if people have them. I can't actually see the hand raise function. I don't believe so. So I'm assuming there are no others.
Yeah, there's no hands right now, and we've got folks kind of dropping off the Zoom. So maybe if we want to just restate where they can send their comments as well as questions for follow-up. I think that would be good.
Yeah, sure. I can do that. Again, we're going to have another workshop on modeling on November 2nd. We welcome you all there to ask any questions related to modeling that you have to facilitate your continued review of the draft staff report. Then we will start the multi-day public hearing starting on November 17th. That meeting starts at 9:30. It will be a hybrid meeting conducted over Zoom and in person at the Cal EPA headquarters building. So you're welcome to attend either method in person or virtually. And that goes for all of the hearing days. So the first day is November 17th. The second day is December 1st, again, starting at 9:30 a.m. and going till about 5 p.m. as necessary. Then the last hearing day will be an evening session to accommodate parties who are unable to attend during regular working hours. That meeting will start at 4 o'clock and end at 7 o'clock. In addition to those hearings, we're also conducting a tribal workshop in November and some additional tribal meetings. Those are the public meetings that are upcoming. In addition, at this point, public comments are due by December 15th in writing. So we welcome everyone's input on any improvements to the draft staff report you think are appropriate, and input on the proposed plan amendments and methods the board should be moving forward with. Based on that input, again, the peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report, and the additional VA products, will be using all of that information to inform development of actual changes to the Bay Delta Plan, the specific proposal for moving forward with updates to the Bay Delta Plan, that specific, the objectives and the program of implementation language. We will release that for public review early to mid next year and provide oral and written opportunities for comment on those proposals. So that's what we have upcoming. Again, all of this information is available in the notice for the draft staff report, and other information is available on the board's website shown on the slide here. If there's any questions, there's also contact information. Parties can contact us at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov, and we'll respond to you as soon as we can. Otherwise, I think that covers all of the upcoming opportunities for meetings and to receive input on the draft staff report. Also, if there are specific questions that parties have after today, we're happy to receive those via email or to meet specifically with parties that may have more detailed questions. So just let us know, and happy to discuss any of those issues with you. With that, we really appreciate everybody's input today and the very good and thoughtful questions that you have, and we look forward to your comments and input as we move forward through the planning process. I think that covers it. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much for joining, everyone.